Allora, buongiorno, good morning. Welcome to the Department of Economics Marco Biagi for this conference about Industry 4.0 10 years later. I have the honor to have with me in this opening session the Rector of our university, Professor Carlo Porro, the Assessor for labor training and development and economic development at the Regione Emilia-Romagna, Vincenzo Colla, and the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering at this university, Francesco LEALI, which is also a piece of an important part of this Motor Valley automotive that will tell us in a few minutes. I have a couple of remarks about my satisfaction for this conference, but I will keep them for later because they're quite in a hurry. So let me give the words to Vincenzo Colla.
Grazie, buongiorno a tutti e a tutte. Mi fa molto piacere essere qua e vi porto anche i saluti del Presidente Bonaccini. Purtroppo abbiamo una situazione molto difficile in Romagna e quindi anch'io vi ringrazio, ma devo scappare perché abbiamo una riunione del comitato di crisi subito oggi pomeriggio con tutte le associazioni imprenditoriali e organizzazioni sindacali. Dovete tradurre? Non c'è bisogno, bene. Mi fa molto piacere che ho visto anche i panel del convegno molto interessante, di grande qualità sia per i relatori e anche per il tema. Ovviamente stiamo parlando a Modena, non a caso, di Industria 4.0, di Motor Valley, siamo nel cuore, qui c'è il Rettore. Noi stiamo facendo un'operazione, direi, strategica di posizionamento. La prima operazione strategica è che abbiamo la dimensione di dover fare investimenti da una parte sul cambio ovviamente climatico, ma il cambio climatico, se non cambi i sistemi produttivi, non dai una risposta al sistema climatico. Quindi il tema della sostenibilità è interconnesso al cambio di tutto il sistema manifatturiero. C'è il PNRR, investimenti importanti, penso che il PNRR non abbia visto con la giusta dimensione il tema, la filiera della mobilità, non solo dell'automotive, della mobilità, che è una filiera strategica sia per il tema sostenibilità, sia per il tema lavoro, non dimentichiamolo mai, sia per il tema tecnologico e ovviamente anche di legame molto forte con tutti i temi della ricerca e dell'università. Dentro questo scenario cosa stiamo facendo come Emilia-Romagna? Noi abbiamo deciso 3 asset fondamentali di investimento, poi li abbiamo decisi dentro il patto per il lavoro, il patto per il clima, che è stato firmato da tutte le associazioni imprenditoriali, organizzazioni sindacali, dalle nostre università, dalle nostre città. I 3 asset sono 1 digitalizzazione, 2 sostenibilità, 3 sapere. Sulla digitalizzazione stiamo facendo un investimento incredibile che senza digitalizzazione siamo fuori. Abbiamo bisogno di avere, quando dico digitale, tecnologia di processo, di prodotto, sensori, robotica, quello che volete, tutto quanto anche dentro la Motor Valley, Industria 4.0. Stiamo facendo investimenti che vanno lì, ma stiamo facendo investimenti per far crescere soprattutto anche la filiera. Vedete, abbiamo dei capi filiera che nel mondo ci stanno, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Maserati, tutta quella gente lì, c'è dentro della gente che sa fare il mestiere. Attenzione però, non dimentichiamo mai la morfologia della filiera è fatta da piccole imprese, tante, che sono fornitori di quei capi filiera che se non li mettiamo dentro al sistema del cambiamento tecnologico, anche quei capi filiera vanno in difficoltà. Ecco, se avessi avuto tempo mi avrebbe fatto piacere discutere con voi del tema della qualità della filiera. Penso che questo sia un tema non solo italiano, ma sia un tema europeo. Ovviamente noi di più, perché ne abbiamo molto di più, questa frammentazione ma imprese di grande qualità, che però, attenzione, che sono tutti sul motore a scoppio. Motore a scoppio, un carburatore, un cambio. Motore elettrico ha un inverter, una batteria. Motore idrogeno, un'elettrolisi. L'ibridazione di questa operazione manifatturiera è un'ibridazione di tutto il sistema, anche delle competenze della ricerca. Secondo, dire sostenibilità si fa presto, ma non regge sostenibilità se non abbiamo un'idea di tenuta anche del lavoro. Attenzione che in questa ibridazione il rischio che quelli che sono dentro già nel processo produttivo, se non facciamo l'ibridazione delle competenze e dei saperi, quelli sono i primi a andare fuori in mercato con le loro competenze. Paradosso, un giovane che esce dall'università del rettore è molto più efficace. Quelli che sono dentro, se non gli dai questa ibridazione, attenzione che lì si gioca una partita non banale. Quindi è l'altro punto su cui stiamo investendo moltissimo. Qual è la sfida? Dov'è che si gioca, secondo noi, la partita? Si gioca sul più grande investimento che dobbiamo fare sulla conoscenza, il sapere, l'intelligenza delle mani. Se uno va alla Ferrari, alta tecnologia, poi ci sono ancora anche le mani per fare alcune lavorazioni che altrimenti lì è di grande qualità, quasi artigianale. È come se ci fosse una digitalizzazione artigianale anche di rapporto. Stiamo facendo investimenti che vanno in quella direzione. Devo ringraziare anche l'Università di Modena per la mole di lavoro che sta mettendo in campo. Abbiamo delle università che sono in grado di attrarre molto più rispetto al passato anche ragazzi internazionali. Non è vero che non sta succedendo niente, siamo attrattivi. È ovvio che non dobbiamo perdere di vista alcuni investimenti di ingegneria, di meccatronica che vanno in quella direzione, ma con il Rettore ci stiamo lavorando perché poi recuperare un po' di cultura tecnica e scientifica non fa male a questo Paese, perché poi l'umanesimo è di tutti, la piattaforma dell'umanesimo. Ma attenzione che questa tecnologia, se vuoi incrociare rapporti di lavoro di qualità, il tema anche della cultura tecnica e della cultura scientifica è un tema che andrebbe un po' meglio sviluppato. Questa è l'operazione che stiamo facendo e per far reggere il nostro sistema, che è un grande sistema manifatturiero, penso anche l'Italia, un grande paese manifatturiero non regge a demografia piatta. Attenzione, il tema della natalità che non è di destra e di sinistra, attenzione che il tema della demografia sta diventando un problema anche di tenuta dello stesso sistema manifatturiero. Poi certo abbiamo un problema di far parlare domanda-offerta, ma nella Regione Emilia-Romagna la disoccupazione è al 5%, quindi quasi fisiologica. Ho un problema di un po' di persone fragili che dobbiamo sempre allungare la mano per metterli dentro un lavoro dignitoso, ma abbiamo bisogno di attrarre e trattenere talenti. Abbiamo fatto una legge, la prima in Italia, molto bella, votata da tutti, maggioranza e opposizione, discussione anche politica molto interessante. L'ho presentata anche nella sala Regina, c'erano tutti i parlamentari, insomma, perché hanno capito che c'è un vulnus. Quella legge per attrarre e trattenere talenti diventa fondamentale perché vi do un dato di questa regione, poi ho finito. Nel 2021, prima di fare questa legge, ho fatto una ricerca demografia lavoro del Cattaneo, molto bella. Cosa è andata a dire in questa regione? Che nel 2021 ci sono stati 3.500, soprattutto giovani, ragazzi e donne, che sono andati di là dalla frontiera. Smettiamola di dire che vanno di là a fare i camerieri, vanno di là i laureati, perché abbiamo delle università che li formano molto bene, vanno di là e trovano tanta più roba, voglio dire, rispetto a volte che di qua, soprattutto anche dal punto di vista salariale, è bene dirlo. Poi ovviamente la cultura dei giovani è anche mondialista, vuol dire, il problema è che vanno là e poi si fermano là, io non sono in grado di portare qui un tedesco e un francese. Non c'è l'economia circolare dei talenti in questo Paese. E dall'altra parte, com'è che ha retto il sistema manifatturiero e anche demografico di questa regione? Ormai questo è un fatto strutturale, riusciamo a reggere la demografia alzandolo un po', perché sempre nel 2021 abbiamo avuto 8.000 ragazzi e ragazze che sono arrivate da tutte le regioni del sud e si sono fermati dentro i nostri processi produttivi. Laureati, diplomati, se uno va alla Ferrari SPA, se ascolta le lingue dentro i processi produttivi, sente pugliesi, siciliani, campani, poi ovviamente anche emiliani, ma quella massa di ragazzi e ragazze che ogni anno è un fatto strutturale, poi 7.500 ragazzi che arrivano da tutto il mondo che si sono fermati nel nostro processo, anche nell'università ovviamente. Quelle 15.000 persone ci hanno permesso di incrementare un po' la demografia, oltre che il ruolo dell'università. Se non avessimo quello stock ogni anno, noi avremmo un problema che mettiamo in difficoltà il fatto che alcune imprese non sono in grado nemmeno di fare fatturato perché non trovano le competenze. Creare, far trattenere e ritornare talenti, la discussione che ho fatto con le associazioni imprenditoriali, ho detto, sentite, diciamoci alcune verità, ovviamente non vale per tutti. Uno, non siamo in grado di trattenere e far rientrare con la precarietà. La precarietà fa prodotti precari, fa persone precarie e se ne vanno. Se vogliamo mantenere strutturalità, dobbiamo dare anche una nuova discussione di senso alle persone che vogliamo trattenere e integrare. C'è un nuovo bilanciamento dopo il lockdown del Covid. Le persone hanno bisogno di un bilanciamento tra il ruolo del lavoro ma anche il ruolo della qualità di quel lavoro, della loro vita, della loro dimensione, della loro prospettiva. Sta cambiando proprio la morfologia di pensiero sul tratto mercato lavoristico delle persone. Non vederlo faremo un errore tragico. E quindi come io gli propongo un percorso dentro questo processo produttivo, il percorso di assunzione, non è vero che non siamo in grado di trattenere e di attrarre, si può fare, ma dobbiamo cambiare paradigma anche dell'approccio coi soggetti. Come istituzioni faremo investimenti sulle foresterie e sulle case, faremo investimenti per dire se deve rientrare un ingegnere che ha la famiglia, la compagna, la moglie, i figli, dobbiamo dargli la possibilità a scuole internazionali e anche possibilità e presentargli anche un territorio che tiene insieme industria e cultura. La bellezza e la cultura di un territorio è in grado di alimentare sempre la capacità anche e la genialità dei nostri sistemi manifatturieri. Guai a fare cesure solo manifatturiere rispetto al tema del cos'ho in un territorio, del sistema territoriale. Vi ringrazio, vi chiedo scusa, avrei ascoltato molto volentieri le relazioni, avrei ascoltato tutti voi, ma ammetto che ho la testa un po' frastornata, me ne devo veramente andare, sta arrivando anche il ministro Piantedosi, avremo anche tutta la protezione civile, abbiamo bisogno di andare da quelle popolazioni. Grazie e ovviamente seguirò poi i materiali del vostro lavoro. Grazie veramente.
Grazie Assessore. Abbiamo traduzione? Abbiamo traduzione simultanea? Sì. Ok, grazie. Allora, grazie all'assessore Vincenzo Colla, ha portato il punto di vista del policy maker. La parola ora al magnifico rettore dell'Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia, il professor Porro.
Sì, buongiorno a tutti e a tutte e un caloroso benvenuto da parte mia e ovviamente dell'Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia. Io sono molto lieto di ringraziare, oltre all'assessore che è appena andato, ovviamente Margherita RUSSO come organizzatrice di questo congresso e di salutare il direttore del Dipartimento, Tommaso, FABBRI e il preside della scuola di ingegneria Francesco LEALI che sono qui con me. Questo è un convegno estremamente interessante, anch'io mi scuso, purtroppo non potrò seguire i lavori. Mi dispiace perché sarebbe stato un arricchimento culturale sicuramente per me, ma è un evento estremamente significativo perché rappresenta un'opportunità per riflettere sulla progressione di questa quarta rivoluzione industriale, cioè un fenomeno che ha avuto un impatto profondo sulla nostra economia e sulla nostra società. E quindi direi che potrete esaminare, diciamo, il modo in cui attualmente si pensa e si agisce rispetto alla produzione, al lavoro e all'innovazione, quanto si è avanzati in questo percorso, quanto la visione, le aspettative sull'industria 4.0 sono cambiate e quanto questo si riflette sui lavoratori, sull'organizzazione, sui processi produttivi. Io credo che naturalmente nel mio ruolo sia molto opportuno riprendere alcune delle considerazioni che l'assessore Colla ci ha presentato, in particolare per quanto riguarda la formazione e per quanto riguarda il ruolo, aggiungo, della ricerca e dell'innovazione. E la parola chiave che da anni in Unimore stiamo cercando di perseguire in tutti questi aspetti, quindi formazione a vari livelli, come declinerò fra un attimo, ricerca e innovazione, è qualità. E questa è la chiave ovviamente di volta per competere a livello internazionale, come la Motor Valley dell'Emilia-Romagna sta facendo e come il processo di trasformazione digitale può contribuire a mantenere, incrementare e sviluppare. E naturalmente per quanto riguarda la formazione, ma ne ha già accennato l'assessore, noi possiamo ragionare su diversi livelli. Come università possiamo ragionare sulla formazione a livello di corso di laurea e sicuramente le industrie hanno necessità di laureati di alto livello, triennali, magistrali soprattutto. Possiamo ragionare in termini di alta formazione, di formazione di terzo livello, quindi dottorati di ricerca, master, corsi di perfezionamento, e possiamo ragionare, e questo è un tema che ha ripreso l'assessore Colla, in termini di formazione continua e ricorrente, cioè quelle attività formative che sono rivolte a persone che sono già nel mondo del lavoro, ma che necessitano, proprio perché queste rivoluzioni sono rivoluzioni culturali che poi si riflettono sui processi produttivi, sull'evoluzione economica in modo estremamente rapido. Ecco, credo che questo sia un elemento altrettanto importante che finora a livello del sistema universitario italiano e in particolare della nostra università è stato messo in secondo piano rispetto agli altri due, cioè tradizionalmente l'università si è concentrata sulla formazione di laureati e più recentemente direi ha investito di più sulla formazione di terzo livello, cioè dottorandi, ha un po' trascurato o perlomeno non ha messo come priorità, diciamo, la formazione continua e ricorrente verso il mondo, chi nel mondo del lavoro è già operativo. Quindi assicurare e tendere ad un processo di qualità su tutte queste declinazioni, diciamo, della formazione, integrando anche competenze e come dire, skills di diverse diciamo, ambiti e discipline, credo che sia un contributo fondamentale per quanto riguarda la nostra università. Naturalmente questo si accompagna ad un altro aspetto che è strettamente connesso, ma è ancora più come dire, evidente nel caso di una rivoluzione industriale come questa, che è quello della ricerca e dell'innovazione. E su questo ovviamente penso che siamo d'accordo che sono i motori di questa rivoluzione industriale, sono strettamente legati al progresso scientifico in tanti settori che spaziano dall'ingegneria nelle sue diverse declinazioni, all'informatica, dall'economia alla sociologia, e tutto questo, l'interazione di queste diverse competenze è fondamentale per comprendere e affrontare le sfide poste dall'industria 4.0. Questo per sviluppare nuove tecnologie, migliorare le esistenti e capire, e questo è un aspetto molto importante, come queste innovazioni influenzano il lavoro, i lavoratori, l'organizzazione e quindi la società nel suo complesso. Quindi credo che questa conferenza sia anche un'occasione per riconoscere il valore della ricerca e promuovere la collaborazione fra ricercatori, quindi mondo dell'università, di centri di ricerca, anche privati ovviamente, professionisti e decisori politici, e l'assessore ci ha dato un segnale molto chiaro in questa decisione. Quindi io vi ringrazio ancora per essere qua, mi complimento per questo congresso così interessante. Sono convinto che diciamo, questa interazione fra di voi potrà far emergere ancora e mettere a fuoco idee e prospettive che aiuteranno tutti noi a navigare con successo nel futuro dell'industria 4.0. Quindi buon lavoro a tutti e vi auguro una exciting conference.
Ringrazio il Rettore. Prima di dare la parola a Francesco, che gentilmente, Francesco Leali, che è il preside della scuola di ingegneria della nostra università, che forse, al quale chiederei gentilmente di raccontarci qualcosa di un pezzo di questa Motor Valley che è MUNER, che è un'esperienza importante di governance, di ricerche, di varie cose su cui gli atenei si sono congiunti. Recupero le 2 parole di soddisfazione per questo convegno che mi volevo tenere all'inizio. Sono molto soddisfatto, come innanzitutto ringrazio Margherita Russo, che ha fortemente voluto e meticolosamente organizzato questo convegno, con Matteo Rinaldini, con Sara e con Gerpisa, che è un network internazionale di ricerca sul settore automotive, con la Regione Emilia-Romagna, con la Fondazione Claudio Sabatini, con la Fondazione Giacomo Brodolini, con la Fondazione Marco Biagi e appunto con MUNER, quindi ringrazio Margherita e tutti i partner. Sono molto soddisfatto come direttore del Dipartimento di Economia, perché credo che l'economia politica, aziendale, insieme alle altre discipline umane e sociali, debba mantenere una voce forte nella concezione e nella gestione del rapporto tra tecnologia e società, soprattutto in un momento storico come questo, in cui la regolazione tecnologica delle relazioni sociali è sempre più importante in qualità e in quantità e configura una sfida, forse quasi un'emergenza culturale. Il secondo motivo di soddisfazione ce l'ho come studioso di organizzazione. Qui il convegno è molto bello, il programma è molto ricco, è molto internazionale, molto interdisciplinare, quindi confido che aggiornerò nei modi in cui riuscirò a partecipare la mia comprensione del rapporto molto delicato, come sentiremo fra poco da Paramit GILL, tra la digitalizzazione, l'organizzazione e il lavoro. E infine sono soddisfatto come cittadino emiliano-romagnolo in questi giorni, al netto delle alluvioni che ci auguriamo non producano più danni di quanto hanno fatto, però c'è stato il Motor Valley Fest, c'è questo convegno oggi e domani, c'è domattina Stefano Domenicali in un'aula qui a fianco, il CEO della Formula 1 che terrà un open lesson, c'è forse il Gran Premio del Made in Italy dell'Emilia-Romagna in Imola domenica, e questo quindi è molto bello e molto vivace. Quindi grazie agli intervenuti, grazie a nome anche del Dipartimento, e la parola a Francesco Leali.
Grazie Tommaso, buongiorno Rettore, buongiorno a tutti, benvenuti innanzitutto. Ho l'onore e il piacere di portarvi i saluti, come anticipato Tommaso, di 2 istituzioni. La prima è la scuola di ingegneria del nostro Ateneo, che comprende 3 dipartimenti, il Dipartimento di Ingegneria Enzo Ferrari di Modena, il Dipartimento di Scienze e Metodi dell'Ingegneria di Reggio Emilia e il Dipartimento di Fisica, Informatica e Matematica di Modena, quindi una struttura ampia e articolata che non parla solo dell'ingegneria ma parla in qualche modo delle materie STEM. E siamo qui con grande piacere perché ovviamente la scuola ha già delle relazioni importanti col Dipartimento di Economia e in generale con il sistema dell'economia, non solo nella formazione degli studenti. Abbiamo delle relazioni importanti sul dottorato congiunto, I4E, Engineering for Economics and Economics for Engineering, che già dà il senso di quanto profonda sia già ma possa essere ulteriormente la collaborazione tra i 2 ambiti disciplinari. Abbiamo delle ricerche comuni molto interessanti, soprattutto nell'ambito della mobilità, perché evidentemente non è possibile parlare di tecnologia senza valutare gli impatti economici, sociali, ambientali, di governance che la nuova mobilità può avere sul sistema generale. E quindi auspichiamo in questo senso un'ancora maggiore, più profonda e progressiva collaborazione tra i due sistemi disciplinari. Anche perché il mondo nel quale ci troviamo oggi, come sapete, è un mondo estremamente complesso dal punto di vista della ricerca scientifica, tecnologica e dal punto di vista della ricerca industriale. Complesso nel senso che non si risolve in una unica disciplina, ha bisogno di un approccio che mette insieme punti di vista, competenze, capacità che sono diverse. Ne è un esempio qui a Modena la costituzione negli anni scorsi della Modena Automotive Smart Area, un living lab, un laboratorio aperto nel quale è possibile oggi sperimentare veicoli di ultima generazione, connessi e autonomi, per quanto possibile in un ambito urbano, ma proprio perché in ambito urbano fortemente interconnessi col sistema della società, col sistema economico, col sistema generale complessivo. E proprio in questo senso, come dicevo, abbiamo delle collaborazioni che sono fruttuose nell'essere multidisciplinari, nel mettere insieme visioni assolutamente diverse. Questa complessità ha portato anche, qui cambio, permettetemi il cappello e mi metto quello del rappresentante dell'associazione MUNER, Motor Vehicle University of Emilia-Romagna, ha permesso di costituire questo esperimento che ha portato alla costituzione dell'associazione. MUNER è un'associazione nata nel 2017 dalla necessità di trovare delle risposte diverse o di consolidare delle modalità diverse per la formazione delle figure professionali che le aziende, in particolare del nostro sistema automotive, ci chiedono oggi. Permettetemi una cosa, mi piace citare in fila i soci fondatori dell'associazione per darvi un po' l'idea dell'impatto che questa ha, ma anche della vivacità del nostro territorio. Partendo da Parma, andando verso il mare, abbiamo Dallara, abbiamo Maserati, abbiamo Ferrari, abbiamo Pagani, abbiamo Lamborghini, abbiamo Ducati, abbiamo HP e Cox, abbiamo AS Formula 1, abbiamo Alfa Tauri. Un gruppo di aziende che già nei loro nomi dicono quanto avanzato sia il livello tecnologico e l'impatto che è possibile avere non solo a livello locale ma a livello internazionale. A queste aziende, tra i soci fondatori, aggiungiamo i 4 atenei della Regione Emilia-Romagna, l'Università di Modena e Reggio Emilia, l'Università di Bologna, l'Università di Ferrara e l'Università di Parma. La gravità della situazione attuale o il momento così frenetico attuale credo che sia testimoniato dal fatto che non solo aziende direttamente competitrici sul mercato si sono riuscite a mettere insieme, ma anche i 4 atenei della Regione sono riusciti a farlo e il Rettore sa quanto sia difficile mettere d'accordo anche atenei, anzi soprattutto atenei che tra loro sono vicini. Perché? Perché ci si trova in un momento di straordinario cambiamento delle regole del gioco. L'Industry 4.0 ormai, come nel titolo di questo interessantissimo convegno, ha raggiunto i 10 anni, se vogliamo, dalla sua esplosione, dal suo inizio. Si parla oggi già di interpretazioni diverse, il 5.0, la centralità dell'essere umano nelle tecnologie abilitanti tipiche del manufacturing 4.0, ma ci troviamo in un momento anche in cui le stesse tecnologie abilitanti stanno cambiando il loro significato. L'intelligenza artificiale, ad esempio, sta assumendo sempre più una connotazione anche di impatto sociale, non solo quindi sul lavoro, ma sull'intera vita che noi viviamo. Tanto per citarne uno, ovviamente, di quelle che sono considerate alla base della rivoluzione industriale. Un momento quindi in cui bisogna trovare un modo nuovo di interpretare le esigenze delle aziende, le esigenze della formazione che già il Rettore e l'Assessore hanno citato e hanno richiamato. Non solo la formazione continua, ma anche la capacità di sviluppare dei profili che siano diversi da quelli a cui siamo abituati. Quindi un grande lavoro, una grande anche opportunità di trovare delle soluzioni nuove che possiamo oggi richiamare, che mi fa piacere testimoniare in un ambito nel quale credo proprio la multidisciplinarietà possa essere il faro guida. Quindi non voglio rubare tempo ovviamente ai lavori, vi auguro di poter scambiare delle idee di alto livello, come sicuramente sarà, ma mi auguro soprattutto che questo possa portare dei risultati e possa mantenere vivo e vivace il dibattito su quanto sta accadendo in questo momento straordinario e estremamente complesso. Grazie, grazie.
Grazie Francesco. A conclusione di questa opening session vorrei ricordarvi una cosa, c'erano troppe cose, parole difficili, ho dovuto appuntarmelo, che diciamo ad arricchire il programma del convegno, che chiederei a Margherita dopo di me di illustrare brevemente. C'è una mostra fotografica nel corridoio di fronte a me che si intitola Jobs, forme e spazi del lavoro in Emilia Centrale, e restituisce 2 progetti di ricerca, uno sulle centrali logistiche alimentari, un'altra intitolata Corpi e macchine al lavoro, che sono stati realizzati dall'Linee di Confine, ricerche finanziate dal Ministero dei Beni Culturali e dalla Banca Popolare dell'Emilia-Romagna. In particolare vedrete indagini fotografiche condotte da Allegra Martin sull'Interporto di Bologna, da Nicolò Panzeri sulla Packaging Valley, da Andrea Simi sull'industria ceramica e da Andrea Pertoldeo sul Parco Innovazione di Reggio Emilia. Io ringrazio gli intervenuti a questa sessione introduttiva e vi ringrazio voi tutti e darei la parola a Margherita per la presentazione della struttura del convegno. Grazie.
Okay, thank you very much. Really, my task now is not to introduce the conference. You have received tens of emails describing almost everything. So it's just a very warm welcome to all of you. You are here by swimming, riding, doing everything. And we'll have a quite scheduled program. At 10:30, we'll have our keynote speaker. And we are waiting for the arrival of the presenters. But I see Luca Zoboli is arrived. Okay, because we had some problems with people coming from the surrounding area. Basic rules. I would like to share with you some basic rules. We'll stay almost most of the time here and in the room close by, Aula 3. Then we'll have lunch and coffee on the opposite side of this building. We have to go to the first floor and reach the end of the corridor. Along the corridor, you will have the exhibition that was mentioned by the head of the department. It's a very important opportunity for us to host this exhibition because it was very close to the topics that we were dealing in our conference. So I would say that we can use these 20 minutes not to remind you the program, you know almost everything, but to relax and enjoy this introductory 20 minutes in which we can interact directly. So we will start here at 10:30. We have some water in the room, some biscuits and fruit there. Then we'll have the serious coffee break in the proper time and the lunch. But if you need water, please help yourself. And some fruit and biscuits will be for you. Thank you.
Entonces, ten- Cosa?
Che quando ci si alza bisogna tenere la seduta, però non è così chiaro da dire.
Infatti.
Eventualmente lo ricorderemo.
So if we are late, then we will.
We have to start.
Okay. Please, we invite the audience to take a seat. We're just about to start our first keynote speaker's intervention.
So if you could just show that.
No, YouTube, volevo un video, per quello cercavo... No, un video che Benedetta dovrebbe aver aperto su YouTube. Sì, lui vuole far passare un video, che l'avevamo aperto ma non lo vedo, lo riapro. What's the title of the video?
The chat GDP. Are you?
Non lo trovo. Dov'è? Questo, no? Which one? Which one is it?
Down. Come, bring down. No, up, sorry. Up.
It was the U.S. Senator.
Yeah, you said Senator. This one.
Come si mette l'audio? Benedetta? No. Benedetta? I tecnici? Sì? Sono. To the technicians behind us, could you please help us with the audio of YouTube, please? C'hai ragione. Good morning to everyone. Our guest has asked us to show a video just as a kind of introduction to his intervention. So as soon as we are able to get the help from our technicians with the audio, we will show you a video.
The oversight of artificial intelligence, the first in a series of hearings intended to write the rules of AI. And now for some introductory remarks. Too often, we have seen what happens when technology outpaces regulation. The unbridled exploitation of personal data, the proliferation of disinformation, and the deepening of societal inequalities. We have seen how algorithmic biases can perpetuate discrimination and prejudice, and how the lack of transparency can undermine public trust. This is not the future we want. If you were listening from home, you might have thought that voice was mine and the words from me. But in fact, that voice was not mine. The words were not mine. And the audio was an AI voice cloning software trained on my floor speeches. The remarks were written by ChatGPT, I am sure that we'll look back in a decade and view ChatGPT and GPT-4 like we do the first cell phone, those big clunky things that we used to carry around. But we recognize that we are on the verge really of a new era.
Gianlu, vorrei comprare casa, ma i mutui.
Now you can put this slide.
Okay. This one.
Just
Okay, so we would like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Professor Karamjit GILL. Professor GILL is Emeritus Professor at the University of Brighton and editor of the review AI and Society. Professor GILL, you have the floor. Thank you.
Well, this slide is basically, you can see a book by the most prominent AI researcher, Professor Weizenbaum, who was my mentor. And you have Donald Duck. So you have on one side a professor who was socially conscious and the first ELIZA program, the dream of psychologists. They dreamt after that they could actually solve all the health problems by using the computer, talking to the computer. And Donald Duck, the culture, American culture. Dollar is culture. So what interested me in 1983 when I met Weizenbaum, how do you balance the socially conscious ideas of technology and the dollar culture? And this question still remains the same. Garibaldi wrote a paper years ago, and very cautious optimism of Industry 4. What was this? The key was ethical architecture of governance. That was optimistic view of Industry 4. Now the journey, we now see hallucination of ChatGPT. So this journey has taken 10 years, we've seen this. So what is my interest? My interest, what I'm interested to young people, PhD students, is if there is a crack, there's a disturbance, it's a crack in societies, there's a disruption. What do you do with the crack? How do you mend that crack? Now, that reminds me that if you have broken plate at home or broken glass or something like, which I normally do, so you go to the shop and buy 2 glues. You have hard glue and you have soft glue. If you use the soft glue, it won't last long. If you use hard and soft glue, combine them together, stir them, and you can mend the plate or crockery, and it will last until you throw again and broke. So I was thinking about this whole idea of generative AI is causing a culture cracks. So what is that glue? We'll come to that later on. So now next slide, the first slide that I've already done, the next one. Yeah. No? Oh, you don't have this one? No. Okay, number 1, okay. Yeah. So what is this excitement, exuberance about? Why, on one side, we are concerned with the social structure and disturbances. On the other side, we have exuberance of technology. What is it? Why is it? Now, the heart of his predictive algorithms, which had disrupted the elections, disturbance in Britain, we are disturbance of healthcare systems, we are disturbance of education system. Now, the core is basically all the racism or the xenophobia. You all know that. You read in the newspapers. But what is it? Why is it a fascination? On one hand, fascination of people, but the other hand, fascination of technologists, including PhD students. What is that belief that makes them excited about it? It's basically looking at the human behavior. I say, could we automate it? Wouldn't it be wonderful? And predictive algorithms provided the paradigm to technologists, the policymakers, politicians, professors, PhD students. Only if we can automate the human behavior and experience, we can be competitive in industry. Then what do you do with automating it? It becomes surplus resource. And what do you do with this resource? You make profit. And what it does, that idea of looking at the outside the human body and using it as a surplus, what it does, it makes dependence. It creates a culture of dependency on technology. Not only that, it creates the idea, this is inevitable. We can't do anything about it. No, it's too late for us to do anything about it. And that creates helplessness. And I can see that among the young students, totally helpless in the wake of ChatGPT, in the wake of AI. And what the hell is happening? How can we? So what do you do? What's the answer? Okay, let it happen. You try to fight it, or you can't write a research paper and publish in the American journal because that'll be out of the bound. So that helplessness comes to, we all seen that when you travel. When the computer says no, what do you do? Raise your hand. Fine. So that is basically, and then of course, you have the American professors singing songs, and one of the professor, Nita Farahani, at the Devas this year, she argued the case that this technology of brain transparency, now she forget about the body. Now you come to brain. If you can access the brain, the workers can work beautifully. They don't have to think about it. The management will have all the access. And the question arose, what on earth are you saying? What are you saying? Oh, what I'm saying, she says, well, if people learn to use it in balance, well, of course, it's the people. It's the fault of the worker. It's the fault of the lecturer. It's the fault of the student. You did not know how to use this brain transparency. But I'm only, being an American professor, giving you the spiel. Get on with it. So you can see where we're heading to. Not only the techno view is to automate the outside behavior, but also automate the inside. You have emotion chip. You know, you see the people, young people in Cambridge, walking around with this something on the arm. How many foot did you did? They're driving on the gym. I've got 200 steps in it. Why on earth? You're walking in the beautiful Cambridge River and you are counting these steps? Why? We have a culture of calculation. What is done is, we moved us the physical automation, inner automation. So what do? You then brain left, that's automation. So what is the body for? It's useless. We got you outside, we got the inside, we got your brain. Now you throw away the body. So think about the implications for healthcare. Dementia, mental stress, suicide rate, which has got to do with the body. But the AI guru will say, no, 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 don't worry about the body. We got everything sorted out. And if you talk to the PhD students or professors, well, what about ChatGPT? Oh, don't worry. We are working on it. Now, next is slide. Now, the question then arises out of it. If you are following the automated road, say body is now perfect, you leave all the problems of body for the society to solve. And the question arises, can or should human values be embedded in the machine? Now, of course, at the end, society doesn't live on technology alone. It's a complex culture. There's issues of ethics, the issues of moral, children growing up, students committing suicide, they don't know what to do, they don't want to work. And people, professors, other people raise hands, Italian students, young people don't want to work. So basically, the question arises, if you are moving to the road, arguing the case that you can embed the human values in the machine, what is left for the young people to dream about? Question is, can you do it? Even if you're able to do that, should you do it? That's the question we have to ask. This is social responsibility. So what is the argument for assigning human values to the machine? Our famous professor, Stuart Russell from Berkeley, argued the case that we want to study, is there some disruption when you use technology? Is there uncertainty created? If there are, let's now look at the machine is working for the benefit, not against society. So what do? You say, okay, let's agree on common values. When it comes to values, what is a value? Whose value? The American value? The British value? Or Italian value? Nobody. No, 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 no. We must agree on that. Now, what is that agreement? Let's get the European Commission high-powered ethics group and the American high-powered ethics group. Let the professor decide. Now they come with the mantra: reliability, transparency, accountability. So you open any report of any country, United Nations, European Commission, American, Stanford University, it's the same mantra. And you look at the mantra. What is accountability? What is transparency? What is responsibility? Oh no, let's agree no ethics. Now we have the ethical values which can be rule-based. Let's have rule. Regulations. Only way to solve social problems is regulations. But what is regulation? Oh, let's agree on regulations. How do you do it? Lev had a bright student who done statistics. Bring them together and have statistical values, measure them. So you have bright imagination. Not only ethics can be rule-based, but more than that, it could be statistical. If we study in ethics, we can have 0.75, Portuguese ethics 0.79, British ethics 0.1, American ethics 0.1, and the German ethics 0.95. So now we have the average. That is the regulation of ethics. So what we are now doing is, instead of creating people, we are creating people of averages. So we moved from the individualism, which we thought is terrible. Now we move to the idea of human being as average. So you have ethics, regulation of averages. What are the implications? How can you have average implemented in Italy? How can you have average implemented in India? How are you going to average implemented China? No, European Commission has decided that all European human beings are now average, not individuals, not per society. So that is what the professor of ethics, economics, engineers get together. And they believe it. Don't worry. It's one point to argue it, but the dangerous thing is they actually believe it. And this is sort of assumption that if you follow that road, you can have ethical machine. You know, we're moving towards from human to alignment of values. And what is it? What is the argument? We can have ethics in the machine. It becomes ethical machine. It becomes ethical AI. There's no point worrying about ethics, social ethics, cultural ethics. No, we now have a machine which is ethical. And that's the argument of Berkeley, Stanford, and some of the British and European questions. It's like what you do. Now, it's very interesting that we are this morning, the rector of this university talked about engineering skills, competition, young people, and the dean also talked about this. But see, in front of them, we have a horizon, virtual horizon. You don't have to live in the physical world. Forget about it. You give these tools to the young people, students, now jackpots, professors, everybody. You really have to live in the virtual world. Why? You know, the argument is, well, we have now not democracy, forget about it. We now have something called digital democracy. How? Well, now have digital liberty. Forget about the argument about liberty, autonomy. We now have digital democracy, therefore digital liberty. We are human beings, part of the world. There's no borders, only virtual border. You know, that's fascinating. It's a very convincing argument. The world without physical futures. You know, this was the socialist slogan. I was young and I believed in it, that we want to live in a world where there's no bound border. And the European Commission, Europe is about that. Now, 1 minute? I think, as I said, yeah. So basically, we look at and the only question we have to ask is, what is this virtual world? It's a black box of tricks of AI. Question I ask, can we please open this box? Could we please open it and look inside? If we look inside, can we ask somebody what it means? Oh no, neither the designer nor the people who own it, nobody knows what it is. If nobody knows what the hell it is, whom should we confront? No, it's your responsibility. So basically, the question is 1 minute left because we started. I will have 5 minutes. Can I have 5 minutes, please?
Yes.
Any objections? Because you are waiting for coffee. Now, the question arises, if we have high hopes, which is true, AI can be used for agriculture, can be used for medicine, can be used for healthcare, can be used for poverty. If you really want to use it, you can use it. It's not something which technology can't be used for social purposes. It can be used, but you have to believe in it. You have to believe that we can actually appropriate this technology, we can shape it, and we don't have to live in the virtual world. But you have to believe it. It's not beyond any university, any society. So what do you do? How do you actually, just very simple, debunk the belief that politics and social relations are engineering problems? Just forget about it. They are not engineering problems. Social, cultural, they're complex problems. They're not, you can't turn them into just engineering problems. And the fundamental is, there is something allure among the politicians, among the policymakers. The governance can be measured. Governance can be calculated. It's the idea that you can govern by numbers. That is the tragedy. You can measure everything, you can calculate everything, you can turn everything to numbers. The question always is, always, in front of this AI allure, how do we keep the human in the loop? It's always the question. It's a challenge. Concluding remarks, last slide. Yeah. As I said, we come back to glues. If you look at the glue, social cracks, culture concern, Ethics is soft glue. It can't hold cracks of society. It can regulations to a certain extent. What is that hard glue? Is the culture. Remember, used to be moral in old societies? Now we no longer believe in morals. For whatever reasons, only thing left to us is culture. And if you have culture as hard glue and ethics as soft glue, you follow the regulations, but you then have to contextualize. You have to situate in your culture. That's one way to look at the cracks of society and how you actually, and people find it very difficult to talk about culture. Scientists run away. Technologists run away from culture. And even some of the socially conscious researchers run away from culture. But if you run away from culture, what is left with you? Ethics, regulations. So my argument is you have to go back. And that reminds me why it was only Italian regulators among all the Europeans who objected to ChatGPT. Why? You're Italian, ask this question. To me, it was one of the fascinating things happened. Of all the European countries, advanced countries, it was the only Italian who objected. It was culture. It's pride of culture. How dare you tell us what to do? And that is the strong glue. Why the British didn't do it? In fact, the British government opened its arms and said, my goodness, at last we have a new technology which can make Britain competitive. Professors can now sit at home, write their lectures, online, sell to the students throughout the world. Exciting, isn't it? But see, you come to different culture, you get different perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Gill. I think we have a coffee break now, so I invite you to pass through the coffee break. Thank you.
Maybe everyone should have slides. All the participants can have slides.
Your presentation has been uploaded.
Okay, good. So they have access. This is difficult. I cannot, when I start telling story, it takes time.
No, it's okay. I just didn't want to cut you.
No. 5 minutes is fine.
I told you with some advance.
Let's have a coffee. I was able to finish in time.
Li tolgo. Ok. Ok. Va bene. Sì, adesso tiro fuori le cose. E anche la professoressa. E anche la professoressa però, giusto? Ok. Francesco, mi senti?
Sì, buongiorno, io sì.
Ok, mentre c'è la pausa,
Sì.
niente, così abbiamo fatto la prova, perfetto. L'altra persona non si è collegata.
Sta per collegarsi,
Ok,
spero. L'ho appena sentito e dovrebbe collegarsi a breve, casomai faccio un recap
ok. Allora, diciamo così,
in diretta.
io
Sì,
ti ho già impostato come relatore, quindi
sì.
tu puoi condividere le tue slide,
Io non ho slide da condividere, sarà
quindi
uno
parli
speech
così.
unico.
Ok, qua ti vedo,
Sì,
perfetto. Allora, qua ti vedono bene e siamo a posto. Allora,
adesso aspettiamo un attimo, casomai chiamo Fabrizio. Occupato. Mi dispiace, ma purtroppo la situazione meteo è inclemente.
sì, infatti oggi è una giornata particolare per un convegno, mannaggia.
Solitamente maggio uno si aspetta quantomeno un clima mite,
Invece no.
invece no, è andata così. Ma una domanda, il Presidente è riuscito a venire a fare l'apertura? Immagino di no.
Come?
Il Presidente Bonaccini è riuscito a venire a fare l'apertura?
Allora, ma sai che, aspetta, il rettore l'ho visto, Bonaccini, sai che non ci ho fatto caso se è arrivato? Perché poi mi sono spostata da quest'aula e non ci ho fatto caso.
No, era una curiosità perché la situazione qua è
Ma voi dove siete? Dove sei
veramente
tu?
terribile. Siamo a Bologna.
Ah, Bologna.
Siamo a Bologna. Io ho provato a uscire da casa e Fabrizio però viene dall'Appennino. Sarebbe dovuto scendere dall'Appennino, da Castiglione, quindi insomma ci sono anche gli inviti praticamente tutti a spostarsi il meno possibile, visto che c'è la possibilità proviamo a far così. Provo a richiamare Fabrizio.
Ok.
Ho sentito Fabrizio, ci sono, io tolgo l'immagine, ho sentito Fabrizio e si sta per collegare.
Perfetto. Io allora lo aspettiamo un attimo.
Sì, intanto tolgo la webcam per evitare l'impatto.
Ok.
Professoressa, la sento, io con lei mi devo scusare. Ciao Luca, ciao, buongiorno a tutti. Mi dovete scusare,
Senti, a questo
ma
punto sei solo tu, Francesco. Dov'è Francesco?
Arriva anche Fabrizio.
Scusa.
sta arrivando anche Fabrizio. No, ma non serve, poi...
Ci siamo un attimo presentati prima. Chiedeva se erano eventi che trattavano di Modena. Sì, lo dovrebbe sapere Vivian Guerrieri. No, perché? No, come Ateneo noi non possiamo vendere...
Benedetta aveva lì? Non sono queste qua? No. Bisogna sentire da Benedetta, che è un po'... Dove è andata Benedetta?
Tra l'altro la ragazza che ha inventato la roba lì è geniale. Trattato un po' male Maurizio. Ho sentito che ha trattato male Maurizio. Tranquillo,
Cosa avete deciso? Voi avete una presentazione, vero?
Sì, l'abbiamo girata a Benedetta.
Che l'avete girata a Benedetta e io l'ho scaricata. Francesco, tu cosa hai invece? C'hai una presentazione?
Qua devi parlare qua.
No, io come l'ho detto purtroppo non siamo riusciti...
Perfetto.
Mi sente?
Allora, io vi chiedo, scusami Luca, fermi. Allora, la cosa che vi chiedo a voi presentatori è che fate una brevissima introduzione in cui vi presentate, ok? Francesco? Il concetto è chiaro? Sì. L'hai sentito anche tu da lì? Ok. L'altra cosa è che, iniziamo fra 5 minuti o comunque intanto li richiamiamo in qua.
Siamo pronti?
Sì, voi siete pronti? Prontissimi. Sì.
Sì, Torri.
Fabrizio Torri, che aspettiamo che arrivi anche lui.
Partono i ragazzi come ce l'hanno detto, partono i ragazzi di GD e poi dopo...
GD, così testiamo anche questa cosa complicata, che è complicata anche dal fatto che non eravamo preparati a una produzione simultanea da...
E di questo mi scuso.
No, ti ringrazio molto Francesco che ci hai dato comunque la possibilità di averti, perché aspetta che vengo di là. Ti vedo e mi vedi. No, ti ringrazio davvero molto della possibilità di vederti anche in remoto e di avere il tuo intervento. E diciamo la soluzione mista l'avevamo esclusa categoricamente, ma in realtà è la soluzione che ci viene comodo in casi di emergenza e questo è uno di quelli.
Quindi... E questa lo è purtroppo, sì. Questa lo è.
Ma voi siete circondati dalle acque?
Oddio, non è che siamo circondati dalle acque, però io a uscire di casa ho qualche strada fortemente allagata, poi insomma la protezione civile, la regione stanno sconsigliando i movimenti, quindi
sì,
c'è Fabrizio che viene dall'Appennino, quindi insomma anche per una questione di sicurezza abbiamo preferito...
No, avete fatto bene.
In estrema ratio avremmo anche rischiato di arrivare, ma visto che c'è la possibilità...
No, avete
diciamo,
fatto benissimo,
discutiamo il
invece mi dispiace
collegamento.
che Simone Selmi non riesca a raggiungerci, ma insomma mi sembrava talmente importante, anch'io gli ho fatto i miei auguri e poi...
Cause di forza maggiore.
Sì, certo, certo. Bene, allora aspettiamo un pochino, voi siete pronti? Facciamo anche un piano dei tempi con voi,
perché noi abbiamo
ok? Nel senso che decidiamo prima, condividiamo con tutti, facciamo una dichiarazione pubblica.
Sì, è meglio che ne abbiamo sempre
Fate prima una dichiarazione, fate una dichiarazione, esatto, una
impegno,
dichiarazione pubblica che vi impegna sui
sempre tanti
tempi.
contenuti e...
Parti tu perché tu fai la presentazione e io dopo faccio la parte sindacale. 5-6 passaggi.
Prova, check. Bene. Sì.
Chi si sente?
Noi lo vediamo là, credo. Compagno presidente.
È arrivato il compagno Torri.
Buongiorno.
Non ti si vede però Fabrizio? Eccoti, adesso ti si vede. Praticamente hai preso un possesso della Sara solo con l'accensione della telecamera.
Esatto.
Ah, ok. Bene, tutto a posto. Allora, quando vi siete presentati, qui potete ridurre icona, dovreste trovare, l'avete mandata Benedetta? Questo è una delle vostre?
Se può provare un attimo perché
Sì, quella lì è proprio quella giusta.
Ok.
Sì, questa, sì.
Perfetto. Quindi dopodiché aprite questa qua. Margherita, dov'è Benedetta? Perché sono scale, mi stanno chiedendo le... Dov'è Benedetta che non risponde? Bisogna che lei sia qua però. Mi stanno chiedendo le cuffiette, però sono tutte scariche. Ah, non lo so. Qui chi se ne stava... Ah, non lo so. Sono al coffee break.
Le slide volete fatte su dei contenuti dove li vediamo?
Qua. Non c'è stato verso di convincere.
Vuole che invento un po', io che ho un po' di contenuti da...
Tu devi mettersi. È completamente inutile che io stia qui. Tu ti metti qua e fai scorrere le slide anche per...
esatto, come l'altra volta.
No, ok, lui parla...
No, io
Vai.
devo vedere, sì.
le slide le consegniamo le nostre, quelle che abbiamo fatto sindacali.
Scusa, ma quella no, non è, questa è la busta di Sara, i nomi. Giusto per sapere dove, svelami i posti. Perché avevamo la busta
di quelle di oggi e qua c'era i nomi
perfetto. Manfredi e Torri che abitano sì, vabbè, abbiamo una busta per Manfredi e Torri.
Oggi
Grazie.
ci becchiamo da subito.
Sì, esatto. Tutto a posto. E pensiamo anche insieme.
Assolutamente sì.
Se vi stalker capite che intervengo.
No, bene, dico, oggi ci becchiamo fino
Prova.
Io non sento più niente.
Noi non sentiamo la sala, eh?
Sì, dobbiamo ancora accendere.
5 minuti e iniziamo.
Bene. Benissimo.
Ma le traduttrici? Con la mia forza. E le traduttrici?
Siamo a Ovest di Bologna, qual è la nostra? Questa sarà l'albero.
No, manca da aiutare. Facciamo ad aiutare.
Allora, la FIAM nazionale ha appena chiesto che venga dichiarato lo stato di emergenza. Si apre una cassa integrazione speciale.
No, ma dico proprio anche operativamente.
Praticamente ci vuole la protezione civile. Volandi, Davide? Volandi il partito, oggi non sono mobilitato tutti.
Ma li chiameremo, perché saranno, cioè, dico da domani, perché oggi...
I riservisti, sì. I riservisti civili sono stati tutti mobilitati.
Hurry up. We are starting. Few seconds. Please take your seat and we start. Ken? Sure, definitely. And it is recorded because there is a video recording as well. I think that there is both a streaming and a recording. Ask Benedetta, but there is, definitely, Sebastian, you can record. And there is a video streaming now, and the recording will be available in the website. But in any event, record if you prefer. Okay. I would like to start. And this session will have a translation, isn't it? Okay, can I speak Italian? Can I switch to Italian now? Okay. When you are ready. Okay. I can switch to Italian when she's ready. I want to start with a brief introduction. Very brief, just to remind you that the context, I would say, in which we are, in the sense that we are starting a session with workers from 2 companies located here in Emilia, in the Motor Valley that has been mentioned several times in the introductory section. But I want to start a bit broader, in the sense that why do we start a conference with workers? Because here, in this department, we have a long tradition. This department and the library are entitled to 2 professors who gave incredible contributions to our training as scholars. Marco Biagi, a lawyer, who was a professor, a very important professor, contributing a lot to the labor law, and he was killed by the Red Brigade. And he was leaving an incredible contribution to all of us in the way in which we were trained to look at issues related to labor conditions. But Sebastiano Brusco, the library, our library is entitled to him, was training most of us. We were trained to study industrial change and the conditions of workers in the companies, not on the books, but visiting the companies, discussing with the workers, staying with them, observing and discussing with them. So this is our background, and we considered that it was an opportunity for us to share this possibility that's being created by the long lasting collaboration with workers and with trade unions, and in particular with workers of these companies, I start introducing them very briefly. I switch to Italian as soon as the interpreter is ready, but I don't see her. Okay, when the interpreter will be ready?
Sono pronte. Sono pronte, sì, sì.
The interpreters are ready, okay. They are in the window closed room. Ok, allora, parliamo in italiano. Questa sessione sarà tutta in italiano.
This session will be held in Italian, and we thought that it could make the exchange easier among the participants at the conference and our guests. I'd like to briefly present them. We are talking about Luca PIRRÉ and Luca Zoboli, who are here on site. They are both from Lamborghini, and then due to the weather conditions that have surrounded them with water, we also have Francesco Manfredi and Fabrizio Torri, who are connected online. They both work with GD. We weren't ready for this experiment with a hybrid conversation experiment, both on-site and online, so I'd start immediately with the online presentation. First of all, I'd like to define a few rules with the participants. First of all, you have to briefly present yourself, and after that, we will start with the presentation by Francesco Manfredi, if it's all right with you. Please tell me if it's all right. Yes? Okay. Then we have Fabrizio, or Francesco, Fabrizio, decide how you want to divide the time allotted to you. And we will follow with the two Lucas that we have here. First things first, how much time do you think you have to dedicate to your presentation? So 20 minutes for 20 Lamborghini and 20 GD. The idea is to have a first presentation so we can have your questions that can open on dialogue, a debate with the speakers. We thought that since Francesco did where he gets more in detail about the single actions, I could start because I will provide a broader context also as a historical member of GD, so I can tell you a bit where we come from, as it is a long-standing experience, that of digitalization in GD. It will take me less than 10 minutes, surely. All right, Fabrizio, so please briefly present yourselves. So we will all present ourselves and then we will have Fabrizio. So my name is Fabrizio Turri. I have been working in GD since April 1984, a few centuries ago we could say. Up to 2017 I worked in the technical and mechanical office, and I was hired specifically to start within an area of the technical office that saw the first introduction of graphic, parametrical, computerized systems in substitution of the normal way of working with the technographs. So I started working at the beginning of the digitization of a few activities in the field. Up to 2017 I worked there, and started from 2018 onwards I work in the environment, in the safety environment in GD, focusing on Italy, and starting from 2000 onwards, I'm also a trade union representative for GD. So now we have Francesco Manfredi. Please present yourself. So, my name is Francesco Manfredi. Good morning, everyone. I'm a technical technician. I visit different sites. I started in November 2004. From 2019, I've been working on
assistenza
service
programmata,
and programmed service activities and after sales for customers. And I'm also a trade union representative for FIOM CGIL. My name is Luca Pirré. Good morning, everyone. For me today is a pleasure to be here. I did my first two traineeship activities in GD, and then I started working with Lamborghini. I heard a professor talk about the Motor Valley and the Packaging Valley, and I liked hearing that. I studied in Bologna. I finished studying in Reggio Emilia, then I moved to Padua with a few postgraduate programs. I started in 2009 in Lamborghini. I'm a digital world expert. I started by working on the product itself because I needed to understand how it was built within the construction line. For 2 years, I worked on systems that you know, management system, like as SAP PRP, and for the last 5 years, I'm the project leader for digital projects within the industrial sector. Good morning. Thank you, Professor, for your invitation. My name is Luca Zoboli. I am the other face of Luca Pirré. I'm his counterpart. I started in 2006. I graduated in political sciences. Up to a certain point, I worked for about 7 to 8 years in quality of the process. I audited the process in Lamborghini, and then I became digital planner together with Luca in 2015-2016, when we first implemented all the technology we have brought and we have been developing for that time. I'm also a FIOM trade union representative. I represent the workers and the labour market also when it comes to the challenges of digitization and technology. Perfect. So after the presentation of the speakers, I promised them the presentation also of the participants. However, that would be a bit difficult, but I would ask you, when you are going to intervene, briefly present yourself. I'm talking about the discussion session with the speakers. So I will now switch off my microphone. Fabrizio, you start. So you said about 10 minutes. I'm going to keep the time for you. Don't worry if it will take too much time, tell me, but 10 minutes should be enough for me. To provide a context, together with Francesco, who works on the most innovative parts of this sector in GD, we thought it was better to provide a brief story of our company. As I was saying, I started in GD in 1984. We had the first few data entry systems in the administration offices. This kind of activities had really started a few years earlier, but the true turning point in our experience was the introduction of the first few graphic designing systems, starting from the mechanic sector. In that period, the company wasn't clear about what kind of system was the best system without stating names in terms of brands of the CAD tools. The company invested strongly in two different brands, and we're talking about 1984. At the time I was 23 years old. I was enthusiastic about starting with a completely new thing. I studied in Valeriani school, and my idea was to end up working in a classical technical office with a technograph. Actually, I entered this completely new world for me, and we immediately realized, and this is important, that it wasn't enough to do the same things you did at a graphic table. It was easy to do that and enter those things into a computer. There was another plethora of difficulties, of basic programming activities that were necessary. As we designed pieces that, depending on the different products, needed to be resized, even if they had the same shape. So it was absolutely necessary to also learn a few things about basic programming to make sure that those designs could be resized and that there could be a one-to-one ratio in the final print. Towards the end of the 1980s, GD chose which kind of technologies they wanted to use, and at that point, between the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s, within GD, we noticed something. I wasn't a trade union representative yet, but we noticed that the information office was strongly enhanced with a great number of new entries. We had about 60 to 70 employees within the information systems. It was a metalworking company. It was like having a small IT company within the company itself. Within there, a series of programs were developed, completely new programs made by GD employees or reprocessed and changed compared to the starting package when they were bought, and that was done to answer to the specific needs of the different areas. And the different areas have started digitizing themselves, all the employee areas, and also in terms of production, the support of programming done within the machinery had strong connections to what was done in terms of data and a graphic computer within the offices. Francesco will tell it better than me, but the same happened within the software by the machinery when they had to be trialed. So at the beginning of the 1990s, we saw a true explosion of this new way of working, strongly supported by technology. If you look at the 1980s up to the following years, but also today, it was a very artisanal approach. We didn't have the necessary know-how and expertise. You had to outsource those and find them outside of the company. Technologies, there was a need for expertise that was completely unbelievable for a company such as GD. I think that we are managing big data and we have, for example, to hire mathematicians. We couldn't have thought about that, believed that 10, 20 years ago, this idea of having these kind of job specializations within our company. But that's how reality is now. So the beginning of the 1990s showed a turning point, a strong one, because the graphic systems were, the 2D graphic systems were slowly substituted by 3D systems. And that led to something I discovered both as an employee and as a trade union representative, that led to strong trade unions implications. As I said earlier, inevitably there is a substantial change when it comes to the expertise and know-how. This new expertise that the digital brings with themselves, and is something that employees have to acquire and learn. There's an entire discourse based on labour. Think about the strong use we have within GD and other companies when we talk about smart working, especially after the pandemic. Then we have another topic. The trade unions were a bit shocked by these new things happening in the 1980s, and because that changed the dynamics at trade union level. Once things started running, we started thinking about all these topics. One of the first few topics was the possibility long-distance control on what the employees did. So how could you intervene to make sure that unfair things could happen? The new employees entered the company, enriched the company, and realigned the trade union discussion with the changes happening. It wasn't always easy to find an alignment, but we were able to do that. This is an important thing in GD. This alignment wasn't just a defense activity, that is to make sure that unfair things didn't happen, but it was also a challenging thing. We challenged the company compared to this new way of working, this digital way of working, this new expertise and know-how. There was also a challenge at the debate table to be able to manage what was happening, what kind of suggestions as employees and representatives we could provide. And many times being employees and representatives was a combined action. What kind of suggestion we could give in terms of the introduction of different kinds of software. So we moved from an initial uncertainty and we moved on to the first few trade union discussions to try to affect the situation itself. And now I believe we are able to work on the developments. We know that you cannot stop innovation. I think this is clear. It would be counterproductive and against the truth of history to say anything different. But the thing is, we want to not only solve issues for the company, we also want to find a system that harmonizes technological development, organizational development, to the fact that the work rights and different jobs have to be safeguarded. We are in a phase where we have negotiated topics connected to digitization. Other topics are being negotiated within the company labor agreement we are negotiating in the last few months. There is an additional chapter focused on these innovations. There are, however, also many other topics, because the topic, the issue itself, is full of new inputs. There are many topics we need to tackle in the near future, because this kind of development, a very accelerated development, is fundamental, and we need to talk at trade union level. We need to find a formalization of negotiations. All moments, all situations have to be managed. I hope I didn't I wasn't too long. Yes, thank you, Fabrizio. Yes, you respected the time allotted. Thank you. You already provide many food for thought. So I now ask Francesco. I'm going to leave the floor to him, but I ask him to do a presentation of what GD is. We are all taking for granted the fact that we all know, many people here know what GD is, but I'm sorry, I took that for granted. Yes, we will discover something together. We will talk about the products, we will discover things as we go on, we will talk about the markets and so on. So we will reveal everything. It will be natural to reach that level.
As Fabrizio was saying, I would like to stick to the topic of the conference. So what happened during the past 10 years? The digital area was widespread on all the different processing processes. I would like to start from the product. We are a company producing automated machines, automatic machines for our core business, which is tobacco, production and packaging of cigarettes. Even if we are developing products with pharmaceutical companies and for other products and businesses as well. So, touching upon the product, these would lead to the construction of new machine and machineries that need and also have the possibility to be connected and controlled and monitored remotely. This is something that happens also thanks to trade agreements that we have with some customers. The possibility to study and examine performances of machines and to analyze stops of the machines to understand how to improve efficiency. This is something that during the past few years has been really implemented and studied. We are also offering another possibility thanks to a new model of design, thanks to a new design of machineries. Our basic machines, the classic machines that we used to produce, have a kinematic chain and a single motorization, while currently we are producing machines that have brushless motors or engines for single lines, so we can perform analysis of some data that we get from these motors and try to forecast possible breakdowns so as to anticipate breakdowns and have an overview of what is going to happen with the machine. This is a piece of innovation and technology that, of course, is mirrored on the product. We can also use additive manufacturing, 3D printers, and in some cases these are installed at our customers' facilities. This is really helpful when machines are being designed or developed. In terms of research and development. In terms of planning, we use digital twin, which is the production of a virtual machine that allows us to decrease and curb possible errors that might be made while developing huge groups of machines and machinery. This is everything in terms of product. A digitalization. I would like to emphasize the digitalization that forces us somehow, and that also helps us to design machines with a brand new approach. So, digitalization has an influence on the type of technology. Then we also implemented in the production process digitalization. This is just to explain to you what our product is. Let's say that our product is strongly customized we produce cigarettes. So for the average smoker, when talking about the pack of cigarettes, there's not much study around it, or people may think that there's not much study around it because cigarette packages may seem all the same, because now with e-cigarettes the market has been changed and has changed. So we have a lot of customization. We have a part of the machine that is subject to formats and different sizes, so we have to create small batches and special batches. This means that we need to control the movement of these machines, storage and production itself. We also performed controls thanks to the manufacturing execution system, which allows to have data regarding the efficiency of the machine. And here we can see the very first implications on workers and on the technical operators working with the machine itself. So we have data giving us information about the efficiency or inefficiency of the machine and or of the employee and or the direct control of the employee on the machine. So this is yet something else we have to consider when talking about the production process. We also trace details through motorized robots moving from a department to another, or robots using some tags to understand what happens when they move around the company that is made up of 9 departments. So it is a vast and pretty wide company. Why so? To understand where different parts are located until the stock. This is also to organize a warehouse and have a wide stock of materials and parts. During the past few years, especially, we've implemented other technologies that have had a huge impact and that had us committed in terms of negotiation. As a company, we usually have in front of us other companies which are willing to discuss and talk about the implication of the digital area. As Fabrizio was mentioning earlier on, of course we try to do our fair share because we're fully aware that future is also digitalization, and therefore we have to seize the opportunity and use these technologies, make use of them. Therefore, our role has always been a positive one, trying to putting forward new proposals. In terms of the implications and consequences on employment, we've started talking about remote working or working from home. We have a wide range of professional figures. The production process is pretty wide. Therefore, we do need to take into consideration these aspects. We have professional figures responsible for assembly, for assembly, for warehouse, for service, for softwares, for export. There is more than 1,800 employees, 1,800 of us. Therefore, we've tried to organize work of all of us. Let's start from home office or working from home. Why so? Because we included it in the agreement that we signed a few years ago, in 2017, actually a few years ago. We wanted to start experimenting home office. Experimentation that at the very beginning, between 2017 and 2018, was not widely accepted by the managers of the company. However, conversely, with the pandemic, started the acceptance of this new mode of working. And why so? Because this is what we had during the pandemic. It's not a new kind of job. It doesn't mean that we have to acquire new skills. It's just a different way to perform your job, to do your job. And this is pretty important for us to emphasize. Since our laws forced companies to have employees working from home, we've tried to reason upon this with other companies. Of course, during the pandemic, workers couldn't decide whether to accept or not working from home. But after the emergency, after the pandemic, we signed an agreement in terms of home office, which for us is based on some pillars. The first, some pillars and some implications. So let's start with these implications. First of all, we need to give employees something to decide upon. First of all, we need to consider that we are dividing, that we're splitting up employees. Why so? Because there will be a part of employees who will have the possibility to work from home, and another half or another part of employees who won't be able to accept home office. In our DNA, we do have the concept of collectivity, of togetherness. So, for us, we could see a divisive aspect, something that would have divided employees into halves, so those who could and those who couldn't accept smart working from home. And this is an effort from a cultural point of view for us. This is the first implication. A pillar for us was defining a maximum number of days over a month that employees could work from home. The agreement was 8 days a month. We requested 12, the company asked for 6, and therefore we agreed on 8. So 8 days tops a month, employees could work from home. Employees didn't really appreciate this decision because they would have liked to get more days working from home. On one hand. On the other hand, we're trying to work on a different approach, allowing employees to work from home. However, why did we agree on a maximum number of days per month they could work from home? Because it is important for us that employees have a physical place that they could work at, that is the office or the company.
È quello che un minuto dopo in cui tu scegli di rimanere a casa per molti giorni al mese.
Didn't want employees deciding to choose to work from home for a lot of days in a month, and then we didn't want companies eliminating this or removing these possibilities for them. So we just wanted to give them something they could rely on, so a maximum days per month they could rely on. So to give them the possibility to work from home on one hand, on the other hand also for them to have to rely on the office or the company as the physical place where they could work. Our company, our product needs the physical, let's say, collaboration among people, among employees. And why so? Because the development or the use of machines entails the participation of the technical office, of employees and of other departments as well. Therefore, employees being on site, being physically there in the facility is the main aspect for us in terms of employees. We've also tried to negotiate on a different topic, and maybe I will elaborate on it a little bit more afterwards. That is the right to disconnection. Over 92% of our product is exported into Japan, the US, Asia, India. We cover the whole planet, the whole globe. So we talk with customers, but we also talk with branches of our company. So what is the risk that we're running? The risk is being connected 24/7 and staying connected. I work in the after-sales services as well, and therefore I have first-hand experience on it. Sometimes I work during the day, some other times I do have to work at night because I'm working with China or with South America, Korea or Japan. However, in a world that never stops, an employee working from home or who could work from home runs the risk to staying connected or to be connected 24/7. Therefore, employees, even if they work from home, need to have the right to disconnect. And another aspect we have to take into consideration is that when working from home, employees can't do overtime. Therefore, we didn't offer flexibility when it came to work, when it came to time, when it came to shifts. Therefore, we wanted to give employees a certainty, to give them a precise shift, their precise working hours, basically. Yet another item, aspect to take into consideration is distance or remote assistance to provide to customers. GD has always done it, has always offered remote assistance, because we've always wanted to be close. If we couldn't be physically close to customers, at least we wanted to be digitally close to our customers. We will also sign an agreement for the remote production assistance to tackle some issues. And once again, I would like to mention working hours. Working hours are important, so we need to also take into consideration time zones, because, as I said before, employees need to have precise working hours. This is something we will negotiate on, and we'll try to be more employee-friendly, to try and understand their needs. So it is led to, due to the pandemic, this topic had or experienced a sudden acceleration. At the end of 2018, I had to go abroad for 120 days a year, while all of a sudden airports shut down, and therefore a new approach had to emerge. Sorry, Francesco. You have 2 more minutes. Actually, 1 minute. No, I didn't mean to interrupt. That's totally fine, that's totally fine. I was about to end my speech. And then, of course, if you have questions, I will be more than happy to take them. So, just to conclude, what I was trying to say, to sum up, is that I would like to take into consideration that today for a company producing a product just like what we do. I would like people to take into consideration the technological development, and technology is not going to replace humans or employees. Employees and workers will still be the main professional figures of the production process, and that's all. And sorry if I took up too much time. No need to apologize. Thank you very much for your speech and also great conclusion, very in line with this morning's keynote. I'm not sure who of you is going to start. Feel free to start. I would like to do some storytelling to tell you what Lamborghini has been during the past 10 years. Then I would like to give the floor to the other, Luca, to talk to you about the future and the work that we've been doing. I totally agree with what Francesco and Fabrizio said in terms of their concerns when talking about working from home. We're on the same boat, we're trying to do the same things, experimenting with the same things and trying to understand what is the right approach when discussing the issues that they tackled. Luca and I work in the production department. We have 2,000 employees. We're a manufacturing company. I assume you know our products. Each product is different than the others. They are very complex in terms of production, complex in terms of features, and also in terms of markets, because we export all over the world. 2,000 employees, as I said, more than 1,000 are working in the production department, therefore quite a pretty huge share of employees, and we were impacted by digital transformation. I would like to do some storytelling about our company, and I would also like to share our experience. Starting from a fact, the turning point was 2017, when the URUS project was started in Lamborghini, the first SUV sport vehicle produced by a company of sport car. With URUS, we implementing the 4.0 manufacturing process using the different pillars according to our interpretation, to the interpretation of our company, of Lamborghini. I've always wondered if with different people, so if Luca and I weren't there, if the approach would have been different. We implemented, as I said, the 4.0 production process. We think that technology is just a parachute for people, helping them to govern the complexity of what they're doing when they are doing it. So, as Francesco mentioned earlier on, I would like to pick up on it. Technology is not going to replace people, but technology is just going to improve the management of certain situations, and this is the philosophy underpinning our work. Therefore, this is the basis of our project and the work that Luca and I started. Luca and I got to know each other in 2012, the year of the earthquake, when we understood that we had to change our quality production system. Together we started working on it, and therefore we developed the very first quality-based production process in Lamborghini. And thanks to this new process, we also tried to study and work on technology. In 2014, we introduced the first tablets. in our company. Today's tablets are very used, they're pretty widespread, but back then they weren't so. The first tablet that I brought into the company, it was really criticized. They told me that they were not going to use it and that they couldn't use it. I showed employees how to use it and I tried to show the different functionalities. 2 weeks later, we had to withdraw all the tablets. The same person who said that he was going to refuse working with tablets, after a couple of months said that they were not going to work if they hadn't tablets. So from that moment on, we understood that working and then introducing technology within the company was going to be pretty tough and hard. First of all, you need to explain technology, not just introduce it, because people can't understand how to use it. As a matter of fact, in 2017, when we introduced the MES to the whole production department, we organized awareness-raising courses so that employees could understand what we were introducing. 2017 was a year focused on Amazon bracelets and tracing what employees were doing. We introduced the MES bracelets with usernames and passwords, trying to explain why we introduced them. So through the example of the tablets, now you can understand that in Lamborghini, no employee thought that they were given employees to monitor them. Why so? Because we talked to all employees, we organized courses so that they could understand the technology. Now I can tell you that the best debuggers are production operators and people using our systems. Why? Because when we create something, we think that we create that something to help people, but actually our employees are going to tell us how to use them, how to improve them, and how to make decisions. So this is something that was started by our previous decisions, our very first decisions. In 2018, I was called upon by trade unionists because Lamborghini was going to strike, and in Lamborghini we were having cameras installed. I was installing those cameras. I forgot to inform trade unions. I was installing cameras just to take pictures of vehicles and cars. Why so? Because we have customers. For them we produce cars and the production takes 2 years, so therefore they wanted to have pictures during those 2 years. This experience taught us that people need to be explained technology, and it also helped us to work with trade unions. From there, we have a digital informative report that we share with the whole company. Each department has to present the digital projects they're working on and they want to introduce. And this is something that is really helpful for HR, the HR department as well. Luca and I have a report where we present our digital projects to our SU, and this is instrumental because it improves the dialogue with employees. It allows us to explain our projects and it allows them to understand what we're doing. So, as I said before, we are creating tools to support people to govern the complexity that they have to deal with, and that is ever growing and ever changing. A few final remarks I would like to focus on before giving the floor to Luca are the impacts. We've been working since 2017 with digitalization and 4.0 manufacturing. We're starting to see some impacts, relevant impacts on people and employees. First of all, the different levels of professionalism or professional figures. What does it mean? It means that blue-collar employees, because they have a lot of technology that they can use, their role has been changed. They don't just have to do controls, they also have to perform analyses, because the live systems can give you a feedback and provide you statistics. Therefore, their role, their tasks have been changed by technology. Team leaders in the past were just employees, while today they are performing different activities, and they replaced other professional figures that were widespread 10 years ago. Therefore, team leaders lost a part of their tasks. They're not a pivotal role any longer. I imagine that Luca will elaborate a little bit more on it. A few years ago, we saw that risk. Heads of departments that were getting the distance from what they were doing. We created the digital business team, that is a team aimed at implementing all the projects of the industrial area. Why do we do that? Because the heads of departments were asked by external suppliers, and they were implementing technologies with no reason at all within their production process. This is something that was not in line with our philosophy, that was implementing aware technology or informed technology. So, for this very reason, we worked on the digital business team, but also on the fact that the head of the department changed his role, is not really responsible for production or only for production, but are responsible for production and also for other tasks. Last but not least, I would like to conclude by saying that we are also experiencing other impacts that one could give for granted, but which are actually pretty tangible nowadays. Part of the employees can't catch up with technology. And this is something that we saw firsthand 2 months ago, very recently, something that we will have to analyze. So a few people told us our company has changed so much during the past 2 to 5 years that I can't do it any longer, because I can't bear the technological impact, despite the fact that we try to explain the technology, that we started courses. People tell us we feel we are excluded from this change, we can't govern it. Of course, this is just a minority. It has to do with just a small portion of employees, but it is a symptom of this world that is ever-changing. Fabrizio started from the 80s. I'm talking about more recent years. I started from 2013. However, from 2013 up to today, part of the employees feel they are excluded from their work nowadays because they're using new technologies. Of course, I'm talking about a different area, that is manufacturing. These are the main complexities, the main complex areas that or issues that we have to tackle. These are very interesting challenges to be facing for us. We are convinced that only by trying to govern processes with a specific philosophy that we can create the balance, the perfect mix between the technological advancement that is needed and fundamental, but also taking into consideration that this entails the participation and engagement of people, and that, of course, technology will have to be interesting because it has to do with their work and life. Thank you.
All right. Can you see the slides? All right, so I wasn't joking. It's a very tough task to do. In just 10 minutes, I have to conclude and then leave the floor to your questions and the round table we're going to have this afternoon. I'd like to say that we talked about GD and Lamborghini, and I'd like to talk about both of them because I worked in both. I spent some time in one, and I've been in the industrial area of Lamborghini for a long time. These are two excellences in our territory. We are talking about Emilia-Romagna. You know that you have seen all the strong floods, especially today, but we are a strong territory, a very ingenious territory. We can develop excellent products such as the machines for the packaging of drugs and cigarettes and cars when it comes to Lamborghini. We need to remember that today we're not talking about consumers, we're talking about super consumers. People, consumers, customers want to buy an object that is not standard anymore. We have lived during the standardization area, but today we are living in the customized area. That was something I wanted to say because complexity, the second word I want to present today, complexity leads to is a challenge when it comes to the creation of these kind of products. My colleague MANFREDI talked about products. We need to remember that in order to create products, we need to create processes, industrial processes. I'm going back to the initial point. Both companies are manufacturing companies. We are talking a lot about services nowadays, but we are manufacturing companies. The third word I'd like to present, and you see it in the slide, is strategy. Today, we cannot think to be able to create complex products on our own. In order to create these kind of products, we need not to explore the supply chain, but we need to work together to create a strong and robust supply chain. Here you see a representation of what we have tried to do in the last 10 years in Lamborghini. We're talking about 10 years in the title of the event itself, and remember that 10 years in the digital world cannot be defined. Everything changes, everything can change in just 1 month. And this is some kind of path I have tried to represent. In 2017 we introduced the Urus. Here we don't only have the Lamborghini name, we also have Audi because we're part of the Volkswagen Audi group, and you also see MES as a word. I haven't heard many acronyms today. We usually talk by acronyms in my field, but do you know what MES is, the Manufacturing Execution System? I'm saying that because before MES, we were talking about industrial management, we were talking about SIP and so on. Remember that these products haven't disappeared. From 2017 onwards, Lamborghini and Audi tried to push the use of these products in the shop floor because that's where the machines are built. And so in order to manage and orchestrate the installed technologies within the shop floor, we need something more. And in that moment, we developed something that led to a few awards in Italy. Awards in Italy and in Europe, and that was the stepping stone. Once we stabilized the use of Urus technology, we said we cannot be auto-referential because being self-referential doesn't lead anywhere. It would be a mistake. We need to ask ourselves, and here is 2 important steps, that is market trends and the current state delivery is we tried to understand our digital maturity state, not only when it comes to the MES, but on the entire productive landscape. We didn't want to focus on the office part. We wanted to focus in order to improve production. The third step is where you get your hands dirty. As Professor Russo said, initially, we work in the industrial sector and we try to bring the research and innovations provided by the university and also the internal innovation to a business stage. So the design stage is the one that allowed us to build and understand where we could invest for the next number of years. Here you see this implementation toolkit. That is the last step, as it would take too much time. But you see an important word within. You see digital business team. At the center, Luca talked about it. In order to manage the digital aspect and have a digital strategy, we cannot start from the projects, but we need to start from the needs of every single company. And once we have done a dedicated requirement collection to understand the needs, once we know the needs, we then need to find the people that at all levels within the company can build and receive digitization. As you can see, around the digital business team, there's a flower structure with important words like prioritization, timeline, costs, and so on. These are all tasks we carry out every single day that affect not only the process but also the product. The main goal in the last 5 years in Lamborghini was to create a precise roadmap where we can put together at the right time, with the right timing, the technology that can be used in the shop floor. If a technology is not mature enough, it's not ready enough, it doesn't make sense to talk about it because there is too much entropy when we're talking about the proposed technologies in trade shows by suppliers, directly by people. But I'd like to add something else. The people that are exposed to websites and social media pages where solutions are collected and promoted, that are then promoted within the company but cannot be integrated. And here I come to an important part, integration, because integration is one of the goals, a mandatory goal, I would say, for the good working of a project. So the business needs were already tackled by the GD colleagues, and then we have the central goal, that is the creation of a roadmap and a portfolio, a consistent one. When we talk about Industry 4.0 or technology in a more general sense, we always need to try to understand how to lay the foundation. When we launched UROS, I remember the discussion in 2017 on the 9 McKinsey pillars on Industry 4.0, and Lamborghini, after many discussions, both internal and external ones, moved towards different pillars. We cherry-picked those pillars compared to manufacturing 4.0. And we did that not because we wanted to create a second McKinsey version, but because Lamborghini is a manufacturing company. We have the takt times, some working periods within the assembly area that cannot be quantified in seconds. We have big track times. The Ventador, the last vehicle that has left the markets, had a takt time of 90 minutes. 90 minutes is a football game. And I challenge any of you to find the right balance between the blue-collar workers within the assembly lines and the supporting white collars to understand what is the more efficient and effective part, because in 90 minutes you need to be able to manage yourselves, because the assembly process is not sequenced. There are some tasks that have to be managed by the operator before the vehicle goes into the subsequent tag. The other important topic today is the ecosystem. We will later on see the supply chain, but I'd like to talk about the ecosystem. Why? We have already talked about integration. As you can see up above, we have the Audi and Lamborghini group. They are not alone. The ecosystem is made up of a series of key suppliers. These are suppliers that develop some electronic parts that are fundamental. These are suppliers that develop technologies for both the external and internal parts that are fundamental, and it would be a mistake to try to internalize those products. We need to find a win-win solution that is a good collaboration with our suppliers. As you can see, the vehicles then have to be sold. Luca was talking about the DMV parts and bringing the product to other countries, because each single country has its own rules, complicated rules that have to be respected if you want to sell abroad. Later on, we have all the after-sales part and the dealer part, where the final customer goes to take their car. And when Luca talked about the picture, that was an important anecdote, because of that, super consumer doesn't only want to buy our product. That consumer wants to buy an experience. And do you know what that super consumer asks today? They don't want to try the vehicle, they don't want to have pictures. They want to have digitally, in real time, the construction of that vehicle. They want to enter within the manufacturing plant. And for the digital sector, that is a great challenge. Then, at the bottom, you also have the warehouses, because the logistic aspect, we need to remember that cannot be defined as just moving goods. It's something more. Within the logistics, we have the digital aspect that has led to a faster movement of the goods. But today we have much more impactful requests, such as physically knowing, so we're talking about a geolocalization of the vehicle, that is knowing when a vehicle is about to enter the warehouse, not when it comes into, when it is about to enter. And here we are introducing concept that is not only the geolocalization of the vehicles, but also machine learning and AI. That is a topic we will tackle later on. As a final hint for you, we need to refer to the supply chain. But this reference to the supply chain is many times a bit too vague, too up above. When I created this slide, I wanted to share data with you, because I haven't heard anything about data yet today. Digitization creates data, and data is the oil, is the energy of today's companies. As you can see within the slide, the supply chains, even the most evolved ones, aren't all digitized. We have some parts of the supply chain where we are still tackling things analogically. When we receive a seed, for example, we have a paper with many labels on it that reflects the components that have been assembled on the seat, and we need to pick up that piece of paper. We write the data by hand and we put them in the management system. These processes have to be digitized, yes, to make it more efficient, but once again, we need to find the right balance. I had digital evolution, unstoppable digital evolutions. Well, it depends, yes, but we need to understand what is the boundary, the limit, and when to use it, and when it is useful to digitize, and what is the impact for the operators, because the operators working in the Lamborghini shop floor are people that are the same as the people that assemble the car seat. As you can see here, there are some hints for you. For example, where the process is digitized, we have a great amount of data that has to be managed. We're not talking about big data. We're talking about people with an IT or digital background that have to manage data to make sure that the supply chain never stops. Subsequently, we have an important part that is the coloration and aggregation of this data, or better, Luca talked about the digital business team. We are organized, and in the last 3 years we have tried to create an organization of the digital part within Lamborghini, and this structure can be found at all levels. What do I mean? The heads of department, first level, directors. I think that from the beginning of the year we have never had one single week, starting from January, where those people came and say, when are we tackling an AI project? And my question was, first of all, what for? And secondly, since you already have a plethora of important systems that you have to manage, and we referred to strategy earlier, I would focus on the systems we have already provided to you. And obviously AI is within our roadmap. And many times, let's think about human intelligence before thinking about artificial intelligence. Last note, the data tracking you see in the second to last column. Here, today, everybody, every company, every supplier requires tracking not of the product, but of what is assembled within the product. And how do you do that? It's a great challenge, because the impact of the components that make up the vehicle are by their own nature diverse, and today we need to think about the entire supply chain, not just the assembly part, but also the de-assembly part and the management of all parts. We are working on that as Lamborghini. We're trying to understand what kind of technology is the best to use, blue chain, an evolved supplier portal. We're trying to carry out proof of concept, but I'd like to leave you with this idea of tracking, because it's one of those issues that in Industry 4.0 and in the manufacturing system has to be tackled. Marvelous. We have about 10 minutes to activate your questions and to find possible answers to those. We should have a microphone somewhere in the room. Okay, I'll move around with the microphone. I'll bring you the microphone. Please present yourself.
Thank you. Lea Schneidemesser, my name, from Berlin, from the Weizenbaum Institute. It was very interesting presentation. Just one question: are the colleagues from GD still hearing us as well?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Ah, yeah, they are there.
Ah, no, they are here. I don't
Okay.
know if we have it.
Yeah, so I think I've yeah. Yeah, I can go on. Okay. So my question is about the digital business models that in both companies are maybe emerging, or the question is, are they emerging? For JD, you described how you have collaborations with customers now about getting information, getting the data from the machineries that are in the field. So my question would be, what are the information that are valuable for JD, and whether there is a digital business model in the company developing on that line, and maybe on the same line also for Lamborghini. So Luca, when I understood you more in the way that you see that data more and more as a challenge, as something everyone expects to get something out of. So you have the customers who want a 3D model or a digital twin of the production process. You have all the other actors. They want the information through data. So do you see it more as it's something that creates a lot of trouble for you, or is there also like an idea of a digital business model that can create additional value for Lamborghini as well?
If I got it right, sorry, I'd like to intervene. What kind of information customers give us, right? Can you hear me, Francesco? Just 1 second. Start again, so we have the translation. So if I got it right, the question was what kind of information we receive from the machines by the customers and how they are managed, right? Yes, it's exactly this. All right, so just an introduction. I deal mainly with the trade union side, so the company itself is not present here today. What I can say and tell you is that surely not all customers provide information on their production data. So there are agreements with some customers that allow us to analyze the production data in terms of efficiency, in terms of stops in the machines and the causes. The thing that allows me to, this question allows me to introduce the fact that the presence in the company of new figures, professional figures such as data analysts. I'm talking about professional figures that focus on the study and the analysis of these issues and the eventual solutions that can then be advised. I don't know if that could be the correct explanation and answer. If there is a focus, if we can have the help of a translator. I'd say that Luca has a very urgent answer, and then we can move on to the other questions. You did ask a great question. You asked the question. You said, of all you have said, of everything you have shown to us, the business model, here we're talking about business. How do you keep the business model? How is it made up of? Where do you find value, if you find value? And also, what is the challenge in creating that data? Your question is very complicated. I'll try to be quick in answering, but we can go over it later on. Our business digital business model is made up of two parts, an internal part and an external part. Earlier I talked about the supply chain because, as the GD colleague said, in the supply chain you have to respect a few rules such as privacy, the exchange of data. And we also have an internal business model. That is, when we have finished the digitization of the shop floor, what is the true real business case? It's a double business case. First of all, the challenge is to have value towards the operator, the person that built that product. Luca and I are working on that, have been working on that for some time. We call it the democratic aspect of data. The operator creates the product, and if we are efficient and effective, there needs to be an economic return on that. On the other side, the company is the challenge is towards the customer, because all the data we create on the shop floor, many of these are industrial data, and the customer doesn't care about that. But remember the example of the camera we said earlier, or the example of the interaction between the end customer and us as producers has changed, profoundly changed. We have a layer in between, a middle layer in between, and the person looks for and requests data coming from the company itself, because they want to be aware of the fact that their vehicle functions, but also they want the vehicle to be updated. So we are trying to create this unique business model, single business model, both internal and external, in order to find value. I've lost sight of the microphone. Can I add something, please? Yes, Fabrizio, yes, go on. Just a quick word. Within this data exchange, this movement of data that tackle both the issue of privacy and industrial secrets that cannot be known in GD, but I think also in Lamborghini. We have also strongly developed cybersecurity, and the cybersecurity office has led to training courses for all employees, generalized training, because cybersecurity is a very broad topic. And this is another aspect, another activity that was completely unthinkable in the past. Now it's there, it's taken seriously, and it affects all employees in GD. So within this, we cannot forget that it's not only about how you use data and how they can be useful, but we also need to remember how we manage all these data, and here it led to the creation of this specific structure. Giovanni? Good morning. I'd like to ask Professor Margherita for her invitation. I want to ask a question as a trade union representative. I will also participate in tomorrow's panel. I hope the translators can also translate for the people abroad. The labor agreement, the national labor agreement negotiation is an important thing. So when how the framework, how was it affected in your industrial reality? How was it affected by this bridging gap between blue-collar and white-collar workers, and this flattening of the hierarchy? The fact of framing and understanding the framework for each job occupation is a tough topic, and it's difficult to solve. Keep the microphone, because there are other two questions from that side. I also see Jacopo with a question. So, Gianmaria, I'd like to continue on the trade union line of thought. We talked about the importance of the supply chain. Probably, today we talked about Industry 4.0 within the single production units, probably one of the easiest evolutionary ways to imagine is a stronger interaction between different production units. Now our negotiation for the labor contract agreement is based on the fact, can the company agreement be flexible enough institutionally to work also in the future? To better explain it, when the Lamborghini algorithm says that I have to develop the car lights, I don't know if you outsource that, but you need to produce it in 40 minutes because that's what my internal algorithm wants. This is an extreme example, obviously. But how can the unit, the trade unions within the company to negotiate when the company says, talk with those that create the algorithms within the company? Just a very quick question for Mr. PIRRÉ. In the slide called Lamborghini Digital Ecosystem, sorry, I'm Leonardi from the University of Bologna. I noticed that all the nodes here, the nodes are social parties, and does ecosystem as a certain meaning? Why did you say ecosystem and not just system? Now we give the microphone to someone else. Okay, so Jacopo. Okay, so tell us, Jacopo. I'm Jacopo Tramontano from the University of Roma. I study economy. So connecting back to what Mr. Zanna and Mr. Igor were saying, when it comes to the component tracking part, it seems to me that the issue is the ownership of the algorithm and the ownership of the data. It's interesting what you're doing in Lamborghini when it comes to this democratic aspect of the data, some kind of internal solidarity towards those that created the data within the company structure. There could be some worries when the Lamborghini company owns proprietary technologies that can centralize the use of data compared to its suppliers. In some ways, creating an information asymmetry that becomes a power asymmetry, power imbalance compared to the other players below in the supply chain. Is it something like that? And I would also like to know if this technological proprietary aspect exists, or is there some kind of vulnerability for the entire ecosystem of the company? Okay, so we will have another conference only on this, but let's ask our guests an answer that can bring us to lunch in just 6 minutes. I start, you start, who wants? I'll try to put a few things together and then leave the floor to Luca or Francesco Fabrizio to integrate. I will start from the end and go back. This technological ownership, and I actually talk about technological unit. We have other suppliers such as KPMG, it depends on the suppliers, depending also on what we need. We own the technological philosophy. but the technology proprietorship, I don't know if it only belongs to Automobili Lamborghini, such as Audi, Volkswagen. Let's us choose the right implementations to connect with the second question. Let us decide the technologies and production systems we need to produce. Let us experiment in innovative technologies. We do the same thing with our suppliers. We don't tell our suppliers how much time they need to create a car light. This is defined by the volumes. I need to produce a number of car lights each day, and then you restructure your production according to that. It is not a technological innovation we force our suppliers to do through software, but we ask the supplier to map and track what the activities they carry out during their production system to have visibility. We want to have visibility within traceability, not because we like it or because we want to control or we want to check everything that happens by the supplier, but it's just for DMV reasons. Some markets ask us for the traceability of more at-risk elements, such as for the airbags. Need to have the traceability of certain parts of the process leads to a better traceability of the process upstream, and helps some suppliers also increase the level of manufacturing power. When it comes to the supply chain, we work within a group. You know that in Germany there is a law with an unpronounceable name that certifies the fact that all companies of the Audi Volkswagen group have to certify their own supply chain in terms of respecting trade union rights. Apart from what we do within Automobili Lamborghini, we are very present when it comes to the trade union aspect on the sites. In the next few months, we will start an experimental project where all RSU in Lamborghini, the RSUs of also cleaners and so on, we meet and we try to create a site labor agreement negotiation. It is easy to do that within the Lamborghini world because I can get in touch with them, but it's more difficult within the entire supply chain. However, we have a law, and as Automobili Lamborghini, we have to respect that because we are part of a German group. So within the labor agreement, we put some steps to carry out a few audits within the company and the supply chain. If there were to be an issue in the supply chain, we can all check that all the standards foreseen by that law, the national standards for the category and the working conditions, are those that we expect to have. We have an international supply chain. We don't only have an Italian supply chain, and it is partly shared with Audi Volkswagen, because we need to remember that. We expect our German colleagues to carry out audits and checks on that side. Those are suppliers with high volumes, and Lamborghini is just one part compared to the amounts they do for Audi Volkswagen, because they're bigger than us in terms of manufacturing power and business. Last thing I want to say.
In terms of the professional change within bodies, in terms of the new framework, in Lamborghini we adopted it. However, we didn't really go into the details of what might really bring a change into professional figures. We will definitely use the frameworks in terms of professional figures. So what does it mean? Some of our professional figures were atypical when compared to the different levels. So therefore we need to understand how to include these professional figures within the frameworks. However, the reality nowadays is the reality that I've just presented to you. Everything is a little bit blurred and chaotic. It's pretty difficult to understand how to fit in this framework. We'll get down to business. We're negotiating and we'll have to keep doing so in the future. Please be short. I'll try to keep my remarks very, very brief. The challenge in terms of the democracy of data, although we didn't talk about it, is related to business model. Democracy of data in business means being able to give back, actually, an economic value for what you have produced digitally. That should be the same as a physical production, not just digital production, because you will have an impact on the assembly of a vehicle, in our case, or the assembly of a machinery for GD. In terms of the question that had to do with system and ecosystem, of course, you can also use the word system, but be careful. I've heard a beautiful word, which is supply chain. We've been talking about it pretty recently after the pandemic. It's a beautiful word. However, we always need to look at what's going on abroad, because for us it's instrumental and vital. System is a little bit reductive because it should be communicating with different digital levels, mass, digital. Here we need to implement a win-win communication with suppliers and with customs. Do you remember when I talked about geolocalization? This is what we're being asked for. We're being asked to forecast when customs will download documents, and it can't be a statical, but it should be a dynamic forecast. So they're asking us to have a sort of traceability of components that were installed into the vehicle in the past. Of course, as my colleague was saying, we produce vehicles not in months but in years, therefore it's a long process. Right, Francesco, are you still with us? Did you want to say anything? Did you want to add anything? No, not really. In terms of negotiation and contracting, yes, I did want to say just a word. Of course, go on, please. We mentioned it, Luca Adolfo mentioned it, the professional articles that were fundamental. Of course, they're never enough. In the turn of this century, we tried to forecast professional figures because what we had in our national agreement was obsolete and old-fashioned. Therefore, of course, we will get down to business as well. We'll get into the details and we'll analyze this framework. Of course, we will need to integrate it a little bit. Yet another interesting topic is the additional professional figures. That is what I was trying to explain at the very beginning of my speech. These new technologies introduced a specific need, that is the need of taking into consideration new professional developments, and therefore new professional figures is something that was unimaginable only a few decades ago. Therefore, we need to customize professional figures, also companies by companies, although some of these companies are intertwined. Mechatronics is mechanical and electronic industries, is an industry where we are investing a lot. So it's all right to have a national agreement. That is just a starting point. Then, of course, we will have to update our agreements to try and find something specific that could be a snapshot of our professional figures. That was the first point I wanted to make. Let's now move on to the second point, a question that I personally asked myself. Are two different levels of negotiating enough nowadays? In my opinion, they are. National negotiation will have to keep having the role it's been having up to nowadays. Of course, they will have implications for companies. It also has to do with the simplification of algorithm. It's not a focal topic for GD. It might be in the future. Of course, a lot will depend on the ownership of the company, will depend on the owners, on the managers of the company.
La tradizione sindacale in GD che nasce dal 1969 ci dice
Since 1969 we've had trade unions relations with our company, and we've been communicating with them on this very topic. So it's impossible to have the same algorithm over the years, at least for a company just like our company. Of course, we will need to have a negotiation on what comes out of a specific algorithm. Therefore, I do believe that the second level negotiation or contracting needs to be kept, needs to be developed, further developed.
Come RSU e come organizzazioni territoriali, quella di avere un'attenzione che non bisogna barricarsi su determinate
we don't just need to focus on some areas, but we need to be ready to moving forward. We will need to have different levels of collective agreement. And now, in my opinion, I do believe the two levels of collective agreements are enough, even though they need to be adjusted according to our needs and the changing. Right, brilliant. Thank you very much. The objective was getting loads of questions, and of course we got them. Really cross-cutting questions, touching upon the different topics that we'll be debating during these 3 days. I would like to thank all our keynote speakers who couldn't be with us physically, but still close to us thanks to digital platforms. I would like to thank Luca PIRRÉ and Luca Zoppoli. And now we will have a lunch break up to 2:30. In a minute you will see the slide. Francesco and Fabrizio, we will wait for you here on site for another event. Thank you very much and see you later. Could you please give back your earphones? Thank you.
Scusate, can we check a basic rule? No. Datemi un microfono. Vabbè, non so cosa dire. Qualcuno rimane qua?
Okay, we are starting. Welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to start this first parallel session. The title is Digitalization and Global Value Chain, Global Production Network, Supply Chain and Industry Perspective. We didn't approach this topic this morning, so this will be the occasion to deep in this specific aspect of digitalization. So, before starting, let's define clearly the rules of this session. First of all, the presenters will have 15 minutes. I have these ones, so that will help me to tell you when you have 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and when the time is ended. I will be very strict, so sorry, but this is for the to leave time to everyone to ask questions and curiosity if you have. So we will start immediately with Lorenza Monaco. You all have 15 minutes, then we will have the discussion by Margherita Russo. Giovanni Danna, unfortunately, cannot join the discussion because he has another commitment that was unexpected and he has to do this issue that is related to collective bargaining. So in some sense, it's part of the discussion today. Lorenza Monaco will start. Lorenza Monaco is a researcher at University of City of London, and she's also part of the GERPISA network. Her presentation is on digital transformation and sustainable development, productive capabilities in South African manufacturing. So, Lorenza, the floor is yours. Also, clarification questions will be asked at the end of the 3 presentations. So, take notes in case you have specific points. No? Yeah. Even too loud. So, good afternoon, everyone. Just a point of order. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not the City of London, is UCL. So another university, Institute for Innovation Public Purpose, and South African Research Chair in Industrial Development at the University of Johannesburg. So I'm currently working at UCL, but I'm presenting projects that were conducted before and supported by the University of Johannesburg. I will try to be fast. I'll put a timer too.
as fast as possible. I tried to summarize. I think I'm embarking a quite complicated endeavor, but so I'll give you, this is my plan, but I'll try to really go through things as quickly as possible. I'll give you a short background of these studies. These are 3 different studies that I'm merging to derive some overall conclusions, some overall thoughts for discussion. I'm introducing my presentation, placing emphasis on the need to adopt a Global South perspective in our debate on the digital transition. I'll touch on the main takeaway of each of 3 case studies, so 3 sectoral studies that I conducted throughout the years for a longer term on the automotive industry in South Africa, and 2 recent studies on airlines and the pharmaceutical industry, and I'll conclude. So, very briefly, the bulk of the studies concerned some deep dives, so in-depth studies based on in-depth interviews aimed at grasping the adoption of 4IR technologies in different sectors in South African manufacturing, and what impact these are having, not only in firms' perspectives in terms of potential gains and obstacles to technology adoption, but what impact they're having in terms of production reorganization and employment. Of course, in the recent studies, since airlines and pharma, these are studies that were conducted after COVID, we also included research questions that covered the COVID effect on these sectors and the questions related to environmental sustainability, but it's not environmental sustainability that is the focus of my title, as someone pointed out. And here, I'm merging interviews that were conducted at different stages, including business associations, government agencies or ministries, for example, research centers, both large manufacturers, South African and global, and contract manufacturers or suppliers. I mean, firms are also called in different ways in different supply chains, but so contract manufacturers. So, very quickly, I'm trying to participate, of course, in a debate that is well developed in this context, and that many colleagues here are taking forward about the need to critically assess technological change, to debunk global processes, and look at, in an historically and geographically determined way, to look at specific gains, risks, and undesired effects, looking at not only what's happening in different countries, but in different sectors and at different layers, in different firms and different layers of the workforce. So for me, and I embrace this position where understanding technological change means, and critically assessing technological change means looking and breaking down not only different country sectors, but also firms in the same industries, and looking at different employment roles. So in particular, I come from a development studies perspective, and I always insist on the need to look at things globally and include a view on the Global South. I think it's very useful, given the task of this conference, looking at 4.0 10 years later, to think of, to reflect on what's happening there, given also the delay of certain processes in the rest of the world, outside of the core manufacturing countries. So what it means for them, what's happening, and what it means for countries that wish to industrialize and to integrate global value chains today. So this is the framework. So I'm sorry that given the short time, I can't go in the details of these studies, but I want to really extract 3 main points, 1 per sector. So that go in direction of what do we need, what it means digitalization, and what it means in relation to sustainable industrialization. So, automotive in South Africa, so the main takeaway when we try to understand technology adoption in the automotive supply chain is that there is a significant firm heterogeneity. So significant differential access to technology depending on type, size of the firm, and location within the global and local value chain. So, of course, component manufacturers, so smaller firms that are actually those that should be developing more in the interests of South Africa, that has as policy priorities the need to develop the local supply chain and to increase supplier development. The smaller component suppliers have more barriers, of course, to technology adoption. Everybody acknowledges the potential gains coming from adopting smart technologies in terms of efficiency, productivity, safety, volumes, etc. But there are high costs of technology adoption that not only mean the simple cost of adopting new machines, but also, for example, we have discussed with firms the cost of not only buying robots, but to train robots. How many hours does it take to train a robot? What is the investment needed to upgrade the skills of the actual workforce today? So these are all costs that are significant for firms, for smaller firms, and therefore the need linked to further digitalization, the risk linked to further digitalization is the risk to increase the divide within the local supply chain. We have explored in different studies that I'm quoting here also the actual barriers. What are the factors that prevent suppliers from technologically upgrading and developing further? Main issue that Gwendalina knows very well as well is related to economies of scale and volumes that affect also the possibility to grow. But overall, there are structural factors, policy-related factors, not only economic factors that affect the technological upgrading and digitalization. So this is the main takeaway. Careful to interfirm inequalities when we talk about digitalization in a specific context. Second takeaway, airlines. Now, the selection of sectors in our case was also linked to what sectors South Africa is interested in studying. South Africa is particularly interested in looking at airlines because airlines not only have suffered for, the COVID impact as the global airline industry, but as the South African airline sector has been suffering for a long time. So the airlines in South Africa are really looking at digitalization as a survival strategy. So if we innovate, how can we stay competitive? What do we need to do to stay competitive and to stay in the games? So here is what emerged from this case is really like adopting digitalization as a necessity to stay competitive and not to be cut out. So it's not a choice, but it's an inevitable choice if you want to be part of a global industry. There are ambitions. We have looked in depth, and I don't have time to talk about it here, but at all the potential employment of digital technologies in the airlines industry. The industry is very interested in employing further automation, big data, artificial intelligence for a series of things like ground handling operation to improve the passenger experience to allow for smoother flows of passengers, but also, for example, to better connect immigration policies or health procedures requested by COVID and travel flows, and so on and so forth. There's also a strong need, a strong push in the airline industry, as you can all imagine after COVID, to invest more in cargo rather than in leisure travel, because passengers have been traveling less and cargo operations have increased following the boost in e-commerce. So there's been a shift also following this restructuring in the industry. Overall, conclusions, 5 minutes, I'll make it. In particular for this industry, COVID represented a threat for the survival, but also gave a boost to digitalization. Consider the need of going touchless everywhere, for example, or to boost cargo. All this gave a boost to digitalization in the sector. However, in this case, digitalization can't be the key to survival, because there's the other challenge, that is environmental sustainability, that is even more. What do? We should all stop traveling by plane. I don't think that will happen, but what do? Digitalization and digital smart technologies can also help in that regard. Emissions, new fuels, etc. There's potential application there as well. Case study 3, this is the most recent study, pharmaceutical. So applying digitalization to pharmaceuticals in South Africa. Here, this is an overall technologically advanced industry. Of course, here there's a huge competition. You know the hierarchies in the pharmaceutical industry. You can imagine what it means to compete against big pharma. However, we have found a certain dynamism in the South African pharmaceutical industry. In terms of actual technology adoption, digitalization, automation, yes, but even here, AI, machine learning, robotization, not financially viable for the moment. There are some success stories. I don't know if you heard, you are aware of the mRNA hub in South Africa to develop the COVID vaccines, etc. These are cases, for example, of public-private partnerships that are building on digitalization. So there are options for growth, and there are some success stories. I would be happy to comment more, but there are also some factors that hamper even here sustainability. So digitalization, yes, possibility for growth, but again, issues related to scale, volumes, skills shortage, and availability and cost of input, active pharmaceutical ingredients coming from far away and not being of adequate quality are a threat to sustainability. So digitalization alone is not enough. I'll skip this and I'll conclude. This is just to give you this quote. Pharma 4.0 in the pharmaceutical industry. This is the roadmap for digitalization in the pharma industry. It's not a must, but a competitive advantage. Missing Pharma 4.0 might be a business risk. So you decide whether you want to do it or not, but consider that if you don't do it, you will be cut out of the games. So this is the idea of a roadmap. Technologies, conclusions. I'll wrap up. So again, this is a quite complicated endeavor from my side because I'm trying to put together, and I would appreciate inputs even beyond this room on finding common points. But I'm trying to overall reflect on structural issues and main challenges related to the digital transition and the implications in terms of sustainable industrial development in South Africa. So digital transition emerged as an aspiration for competitiveness and global integration. This is what firms say. Like in really a way, there is no alternative. You need to do it. This is an argument, again, that we are developing, in particular with the automotive industry, also with Gwendalina, how obstacles to localization are linked to technological upgrading. So the constraints to localize the industry are deeply intertwined with barriers to technological upgrading. Despite limits and constraints due to the peripheral location of South Africa and the harsh global competition, this is not a completely negative story. This is not a country. There are poles of excellence and success stories. I've been very impressed by the pharma industry, I must say. Overall, skills shortage may hamper digital transition and sustainability, so there is a strong need in South Africa, like in other countries in the global south, to invest more in skills development and to align education and training, and Tolika will tell us about this in his presentation. Serious infrastructural challenges that you can imagine, for example, due to water and electricity. You will all know the electricity crisis in South Africa is dramatic. And then this is very specific, but there is the need to support, to increase the support to localization, even if it's like a bit out of fashion for some other countries. But in southern countries is the policy priority, and to let all institutions converge around possible digital transition and its implication for industrial development. This is a matter of everybody. Everybody's involved. So it is the Department of Health, it's education, it's innovation, it's industrial development. It's not one office only affair. It's something that must be, a policy level that must be supported across the board, looking at gaps, looking at risks, and looking at taking sustainable development and local development as priorities. I'll stop here, I'm done, yes, I'm done. Just the papers that I couldn't send, but these are the reference papers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lorenza. Thank you for presenting 3 case studies and also for introducing these, introducing this global local perspective that I think is very useful, and sometimes we forget the relevance of accounting for heterogeneities and also structural and production dependencies. So thank you very much. Now we move to the second presentation that focuses on automotive sector. The title is Robots, Productivity and Competition, the Automotive and General Manufacturing Sector, 2010-2019. So we have this 10 years almost perspective. The presentation is by Benjamin Ferschkli, almost, from University of Oxford. So thank you very much. Did you upload? Everything is fine?
I think it's working. Is this on? Yes?
Yes, so please go.
Perfect. Just a second. Right. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. I think it's a very crucial conference with a very crucial topic, especially here at the, I learned today, it's not the home of Ferrari because the region is the home of Ferrari, but Modena, the city, no. But it's still interesting because obviously the contents of our conference, but also because accommodation is so expensive due to the race in Imola this weekend, obviously, right? Anyway, so what I will be presenting today, essentially, is a paper which takes this interest seriously and is sort of interested in understanding what has, in fact, changed over the last 10 years. How has technology, in the widest sense, in fact, impacted labor productivity, focused on the manufacturing sector. So in a sense, I'm asking what are we actually talking about very concretely and not merely in abstracto, right? For the paper specifically, this means looking at the effect that robot use and sectoral concentration have had. A competition, we've heard it before, is a relevant factor in industrial production. What these variables sort of have contributed to these developments. I'm talking about robots, but I think we can agree that it's an important part of Industry 4.0, even though the paradigm is larger than this. Really quickly, in terms of the background debates that I think are relevant, obviously, we're all aware of the first, which is the intensification of debates of technology over the last decade to decades, or 10 years, or whatever, which are specifically, salient regarding their effects on work and their effects on local competitiveness and national competitiveness, and thus the wealth of nations in a new age, so to speak. This includes, obviously, Industry 4.0. I prefer the more general approaches, such as from Benanaf, who called it an automation discourse, which is a little wider. And the second contextual debate actually torpedoes the first in saying, okay, so we have this technological change that is happening and has been happening, but why is productivity then stagnating, right? This is the productivity paradox debate or productivity stagnation debate. And within these debates, I'm sort of situating my thing. I have too much material, so I will skip a couple of slides. I hope it's okay. We can talk about them in the end. Here, maybe those are the specifics of the specifics of the paradox as they are set out. I don't think they're very important for the conclusion, so we can return to them if you want, but I will leave them for now. Right, what are the primary explanations? I think one of the foremost authors, for better or for worse, on this are Golden et al., and they list, in my reading, they list these six very central explanations or categories of explanations for the slowdown, and I'm only focusing on the last two. So I'm only looking at technological factors, specifically robot factors, and concentration competition factors, right? Generally speaking, obviously the interest of this paper is to deal with the manufacturing triad of most important concepts of productivity, competition, and employment. But those are the two explanatory factors I am considering, which in turn opens up two new literatures, right? I will only go over them quickly, but it's the literature on concentration on productivity, which essentially I find theoretically overdetermined due to different economic schools, obviously, and empirically also very ambiguous. So it's a very, very open field still. The second is a more economistic debate on robots and productivity and employment, which is far more homogeneous in terms of the productivity effect, because obviously we find that robots increase productivity. The employment effects are very ambiguous. Because obviously, depending on different circumstances, we do find different effects, but yeah, economists don't often see it that way, but they are ambiguous. Right, so those are the sort of the two in-between sub-literatures that I deal with. I have it visualized here from a different paper, the theoretical complexities related with catchwords in a bit. I will also skip this very quickly. Research questions, blah, blah. You can all imagine what they are, I guess. So maybe let's talk empirics. I don't, okay. So which countries am I concerned with here? Essentially what I did is I looked at the countries which produce the most cars per capita, per inhabitants, right? So they have a relative importance of their automotive sector. I then added the largest European economies according to a geographical definition, and I then added the special area focus of Central and Eastern Europe due to its relevance in automotive supply chains. This means, of course, especially because of the first point, there's two biases. The first is a bias towards assembly, because we can only have cars manufactured per person if we have an assembly actually in place, which is not necessarily the case, so that's a bias. And secondly, it's a bias towards the relative national importance of the automotive industry, right? So if we took it from an absolute stance, China would be much more important than Slovakia, but per capita Slovakia is more important. But this doesn't matter because we want to understand the dynamics within the industry and not the global structure, right? So I maximized sort of the available data, which took months out of my life, and it resulted in these three panels, which I used for the estimation. They're the main panel of 26 countries. I think you see them below here. No, later. 26 countries between 2010 and 2019. It's slightly unbalanced, the panel, but it's not too bad. Then there's a strictly balanced panel where it's strictly balanced, and the number of countries is reduced to 17, which I use for robustness checks. And there's an alternative labor productivity panel, which has 21 countries and a shortened time span, which I also use for robustness checks. The variables, I've mentioned them a little already. First of all, it's robot density, so it's not the absolute number of robots, but it's the number of robots per 10,000 workers. So it's actually a measure of labor intensivity or technological intensivity, which I take from the International Federation of Robotics. Then I have some sectoral concentration measures. What I forgot to say earlier is I'm very well aware, at the very least due to the work of Anwar Shaikh, that sectoral concentration does not necessarily imply certain things for competition, which is something we need to keep in mind, but still I sort of opted for a sectoral concentration perspective. I calculated this based on data from Orbis, which you may know. Labor productivity I calculated by value added by hours, through value added by hours worked, which I collected from other sources, and then a control of capital intensity Yeah, I mean, there's lots of caveats in this, but unfortunately we don't have the time to go through this, so I'll keep powering on. Methodologically, it's pretty simple affair. It's a standard fixed effects model. So we have the labor productivity as dependent variable, then the explanatories. We subtract the group mean, you know, or we demean it, and we get the fixed effects estimator. It's not magic. I will also skip the very classical issues of endogeneity and multicollinearity. Yeah, we can talk about it in depth if you want, but I don't think it's that relevant. Right, so now we start with the empirics or the descriptives. What we see here is essentially the development or the relative change of each country and sector from in relation to the year 2000 and the average over these countries, right? So what do we see? It doesn't look very interesting, right? Or it's interesting that it looks very boring because there's no paradox. Labor productivity has, on the average, in both the automotive sector as well as manufacturing, giving the sample and the time frame, has steadily been increasing by a factor of 2 since 2000 and 2019, right? I'm sorry about the hiccup with the lines, it's whatever. So from the first perspective, this is, it's interesting because it's not interesting, right? If we open this up, because these are averages, right? If we open this up, what is behind these averages we get for the case of the automotive industry, we get cooked spaghetti. We see a general tendency, but there's a very high degree of heterogeneity and segmentation. And in the manufacturing, we have uncooked spaghetti, but it's still a sort of like a general trend with heterogeneity, right? This sort of could tell us, okay, yeah, we could have had the theory maybe some countries are still keeping up the average while there are, in fact, productivity decreases. Based on this view, it doesn't seem very likely, but it's still not entirely clear. So obviously, we switch to another kind of average. These are compound annual growth rates. Which are calculated, I will just assume that you know how. So I think about this table, there's 3 interesting things essentially, right? So there's yearly average growth rates of about or above 2 to 3% also do not spell out a productivity paradox. This is fine, these are fine growth rates, right? The second is that actually manufacturing growth rates are higher than for the automotive industry, which probably has structural reasons, but it's still kind of interesting because we assume automotive industry is at the peak and at the head of everything all the time. And thirdly, while there is a segmentation of growth rates, and we have the outliers of Turkey and Romania, which is always a question of data quality, it's not a great spread. It's not a great spread to the point where we can say, you know, there is a great difference in segmentation going on. I'm running out of time, so I'll just move on to this. I'll simply say these are 5-year centered moving averages, and the left side of the table is calculated year by year. And this is sort of to complicate this thing even further, because here we can see in period averages, we can actually reproduce the finding of a productivity paradox, but we only did it at the 3rd stage of averages, right? And we also see that the individual changes between years are very, very volatile. So essentially, the claim of a productivity paradox is lacking on 2 fronts, in a sense. This is for manufacturing. I cannot go into the detail, I'm very sorry. Okay, moving to robot density we also see there's a steady increase, both in the automotive industry as well as manufacturing. The central point is the level difference, right? A factor of 10 separates the automotive industry and the manufacturing industry. But this doesn't mean that manufacturing generally is less automated, obviously. It just means that robots are primarily used in the automotive industry for several production reasons. And so this means the distribution of robots is like heavily, heavily skewed. So between countries, between sectors, although I would make the argument that it's more important the skewedness between sectors than between countries. But both are relevant in a lot of ways. Then we have this individually split up and again growth rates. Then for competition and concentration, we have the same thing. The automotive industry is very concentrated, which is obviously not a big surprise, but it's at a much, much higher level than general manufacturing. There's also methodological issues to consider in the back of this, but it's a steady, sort of like steady trend with a level difference. Okay. Right, so I will not summarize the descriptives. I will jump into the fixed effects model right away because the time is fleeting. what do we see essentially? We see that all the variables are significant, right? So we did a good science experiment. So maybe to explain it, it's essentially 8 regressions by 4 different measures of concentration times 2 sectors, right? So this is how we have the structure. What is more interesting, because we have a very shitty R squared, adjusted R squared here, what is more important is the direction of the beta coefficients, right? So I wouldn't want you to focus on the parameters themselves, but the direction, and this is very interesting, because in manufacturing we see that a higher concentration actually reduces labor productivity, while robot density increases it, so this would be a standard industrial story. But in the automotive industry, concentration increases labor productivity and robot density reduces it, which is insane in a way. That's a nonsensical result, but, well, nonsensical, let's say, interesting at least, I would say. Right, so then the question becomes, in a way, so this sums up the interpretation, this sums up robustness. So the question becomes, why these results, right? And what we find is, in the end, is like 2 new research questions within the research questions. The first being, what about the automotive industry produces these effects of higher robot density and lower labor productivity, and what of higher concentration and higher labor productivity. And the approach that I have so far is to simply run the regressions again with the moving parts of labor productivity, which is value added and hours worked, right? And I will not put you through these outputs here either, but the point is there's different effects at play. So there's a value added effect and there's an hours worked effect, and they differ by manufacturing and by the automotive industry, which in turn explains these different results, right? So for example, in considering robot density, we see that it does not actually affect the hours worked in total in manufacturing, but it increases the value added, right? So this increases labor productivity simply, right? In the automotive sector, hours worked are increased with more robot use, but there is no effect on value added. So clearly, labor productivity must decrease. So we also see that labor productivity is a strange figment and abstraction in a way, right? But here we understand the movement a little better. Right, concentration is similar. So in manufacturing, in a way, it increases hours worked, but without a value-added effect, which must reduce labor productivity. In the automotive sector, it reduces hours worked, but increases value added, which is a classic labor productivity increase. I have not, in this point, I have not finished this paper because I'm still trying to come to terms with these results, because we need to explain why is the one case happening and why is the other case happening. And I have theories which I am just jumping over now. But I'd be actually interested to hear what you have to say on these things, having a lot of experts here. So maybe really quickly the conclusions. So the idea of the paper was to understand very concretely the determinants of labor productivity and the development of labor productivity over the last 10 years in manufacturing and the automotive sector through the eyes of robot use and concentration. For labor productivity, I would argue for what I would term a parallax effect, sort of on the slowdown, in that it very strongly depends on the viewpoint, you know. It's very much a question of averages and which averages are chosen. And there's great volatility within years and sectors and countries. So to take this seriously, we would need to have to do what my pre-presenter has done and do specific case studies and consider what are the peculiarities and heterogeneities of countries and sectors and how does that make sense. Robot density is less ambiguous. There's a general trend of increase, but there's a great segmentation between countries and a great level difference between manufacturing as a general sector and the automotive industry. Concentration has remained steady and high, in particular the automotive industry. Overall, there's also no immediate massive breaks in some kind of apocalyptic automation robot situation. It's a steady development, which we obviously probably know that are here. The estimation has shown that the variables I've sort of looked at are not the entire story, right? But they are relevant explanatory factors with significance. And what is interesting is the direction of their effects, which are counterintuitive and even diametrically opposed in a lot of ways, right? In explaining these differences, I sort of tried to argue for a separated value added and hours worked effect. The explanations of the strength of these effects I couldn't come to, and I also don't have a definitive answer, but I would suggest that they may relate to overcapacity and the oligopolistic pressures in the automotive industry in some form or other. Yeah, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much also for being time and also for this effort to combine empirical analysis and critical theoretical discussion on a topic that is very debated, is debated a lot in the field of economics. So thanks a lot. And now we move to the last presentation by Giuseppe Giulio Calabrese. This is a joint work with the Greta Fallavigna. The title is Does Industry 4.0 Improve Productivity? So it's maybe an answer to the question of Benjamin. Evidence from the Italian automotive supply chain. Giuseppe Giulio Calabrese is from CNR, Italy. And now we're just uploading the slides. So after the presentation, we will have the discussion by Margherita Russo and then questions. So please, Giuseppe.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the organization of this conference. As you can see in the title of my presentation reports the research question that is if does Industry 4.0 improve performance? And before showing you the results of the econometric model on the productivity of our firms, I'll show you some data about the diffusion, adoption, and implementation of Industry 4.0 in the Italian automotive supply chain that in some way can affect the performance and above all the productivity of these firms. The background of my presentation is related to two presentations in the last Pisa conference. The first one is by Mordiu and Carey. These have been issued by the International Journal of Automotive Technology and Management. And for these authors, they say that Industry 4.0 can spur improving the supply chain in Canada, that they considering a semi-peripheral country on the automotive panorama. The second paper is from Tommaso Pardi and is on the concept of the fourth industrial revolution and the limits of this concept. And according to Pardi, there is an array of organizational, economic, and obstacles in the diffusion of these technologies. Why important to analyze the impact of Industry 4.0 on the automotive industry? Because the panorama of the automotive industry is changing, and the positioning of the country specialized in automotive industry is moving. There is a very interesting classification by Mordi and Carey and Pavlinek and other authors about the classification of the countries, and they divide the countries specializing in automotive industry in three main groups: the core, the semi-periphery, the integrated periphery. The classification is based on the variables that you can find in the first column. According to this author, they put Italy in the core group, that is characterized by a primary source of competitive advantage of power. But according to my opinion, Italy is moving towards the semi-periphery group, and the reasons are a lot. For this reason, it's important to analyze Industry 4.0 because it could be a chance, a possibility to remedy to the decline and render the Italian supply chain more resilient and maybe favor reshoring. I don't spend word why the Italian is moving toward the semi-periphery, but you can see some data. This data refers before the pandemic period. And of course, one more important is the role of Stellantis is quite different than the one of Fiat. I cannot show you the data regarding the internal demand towards the Italian supplies, but it's very reducing in this case. But also the investment in R&D on turnover is very low, only 2.6, but even if about 70% of suppliers say that they invest on R&D. And the same, the labor cost is very low in Italy, more or less the same of Spain at this period, even if the energy costs are very higher in Italy compared to other European countries. Also, the role of the foreign supplier that represent more or less 6% of the Italian supply system, but they cover about 30% of value added and 25% of workers. And we don't have any Italian supply between the top 100 supplies by automotive. The most important in Italy is Brembo, that is specialized in premium braking system. So, what about the methodology we adopted in our presentation? We have a database of more than 2,000 Italian suppliers. They're not related to the Code 29 of the standard industrialization system, but they collect all the supplier, all the firms supplying the automotive industry. The period analysis before the pandemic period, because we use data from the balance sheets, and we have more than 860 respondents. A key trait of the Italian supply system is the small and micro enterprises, mainly specialized in the component suppliers. We adopted a very well-known way to analyze the industrial organization by the structure conducted performance model paradigm. And for each dimension, we use some questions. Who has implemented Industry 4.0, in which department, which technologies, which are the constraints adoption Industry 4.0, and about performance, we focus on employment change and, of course, on productivity. In this table, we say that more than 70% of Italian automotive suppliers adopted a technology related to Industry 4.0 with high percentage for the system module supplier, component suppliers, and less for the engineering and development suppliers. To reply to the question who has adopted Industry 4.0, we use the logic model where the dependent variable is a dummy binary, a dummy variable, if no, yes or not, if they adopt Industry 4.0. And we use different variables. Some are related to the automotive industry, that is the diversification and the dependence of the Fiat group and the positioning in the tire supply system. Some variables related to the firms, that is the intensity to sport, the intensity to R&D, the saturation of production capacity, the percent of graduate workers, and the size, and other dummies, if they are controlled by foreign company, if they patents, if they part network, and if they invest in new trends, automotive new trends, that is electric vehicles and connected vehicles. This is the results. We have only, in black, we have the negative coefficients, and in red, the positive, and of course, the free stairs of significance. We have only one variable that is negative and significant, that is the P part of a foreign company. And we have four positive and significant variables, that is the percentage of graduated, the size, be part of a network, and investing in new trends. That is that larger firms with skilled workers and invest in new trends increase the probability to invest in Industry 4.0. This is very interesting to see the negative, even if not significant, of the variable related to the automotive industry. I spend very few words about the conduct. It is not very good according to we expected. Most is the investment are related to the production department and less in staff department as maintenance, marketing, and so on. The most important technologies are the less challenging, that is production data, sensor, human-machine interface. In this case, we use also other technologies and not only the one related to Industry 4.0. Whereas the more challenging technology, that is machine vision, material tracking, collaborative robots, three-dimensional system, report is a low percentage. If we cross this data with the subdivision by the specialization of the supplier, you can see that who invested more in Industry 4.0 is the system and modules, and we have a very interesting gap between the component suppliers more or less 20% points with the more challenging in technologies, and 5-10 points with the less challenging technologies. Another point is very interesting to see how many technologies have been introduced related to Industry 4.0. We can see that 5% of our suppliers invest in only one technology, and 9% two, and more or less the same percentage is from 2 to 7 technologies related to Industry 4.0. The main constraints in the adoption Industry 4.0 concern more internal factors, as the investment cost, lack of company culture, lack of internal resources, lack of market knowledge, and less the external one. Also in this case, we have a differentiation between large firms and micro and small firms. In the case of large firms, we have more the external factor that are considered limitation for the adoption Industry 4.0. For instance, the lack of economic incentive by the state, also the legal risk. Whereas for micro and small companies, more related to the investment cost and lack of internal resources. Let's see the performance. We analyze the performance in 3 ways. The first one comes from the questionnaire, and we ask the impact of Industry 4.0. And in this case, we have the decreasing, the responses are put in decreasing way according to the high value. And the more important, the less performing, the less interesting, that is the increase of problem solving, the more very generic situation, where we expected more value result for the capability to create new product or service and so on. And in the middle, we have the reduction of cost related to labor and industrial costs, even if we know that Industry 4.0 should not be related to the reduction of cost. We also analyze the performance on employment change. In this case, we have performance by year on year. In the red histogram, we have who invested in Industry 4.0, in blue, who have not invested in Industry 4.0. And we can see in the first 3 years, we have positive results for who invested, so increased the employment, and in the other group, decreased the employment. Even if in the first year of the pandemic period, we have very positive, a positive confront between who and not invested. In this case, we have, it's very interesting, this result, because in general, there is a part of the literature that say that investing in Industry 4.0 could reduce employment. Our data are quite different than expected. It's more interesting what we analyze the productivity. For analyzing productivity, we use the Malquis index for the total factor productivity. I don't explain you how to calculate because it's not parametric index. And based on the data enveloped analysis, we compare 2 years. We compare 2 years. Cosa ho fatto? We compare 2 years, 2017 and 2019, before the pandemic period, and we use nine financial data from the balance sheets. The Malquis index is higher than, if the Malquis index is higher than 1, we have an increase in productivity. If lower than 1, we have a reduction of productivity. The Malquis index is very interesting because it can be considered also the product between efficiency change and technical change. Also in this case, we use a logic model. The dependent variable is the Malquis index, so the case of productivity. 1 if increase, 0 if not increase, and we use the same variable before, of course, plus the investment in Industry 4.0, and also some interaction, that is the interaction between investing in Industry 4.0 and be part of a company, a foreign company, if they invest in Industry 4.0 and if they have patents, if they're part of a network, if they invest in Industry 4.0, and if they invest in new automotive trend and invest in Industry 4.0. This is the results. Also, again, we have in black the negative impact, in red the positive, and the three level of significance. Only one variable is positive, a positive impact, and is significant, that is part of a network. And, very strange, we have negative impact significant for the size expressed in the natural logarithm of turnover, and be controlled by a foreign company. And also, if they invested in new trends, that is, if invested in electric vehicles and connected cars, and if they invested in Industry 4.0. So, in this case, it's not a very positive result. Something change if we consider their interaction between the other dummy. For instance, we have a positive impact if a supplier, Italian supplier, is controlled by a foreign company and invested in 4.0, and surprising if both invested in new trends and in Industry 4.0. That means that investing in new electric vehicles, connected cars, investing in Industry 4.0 go hand in hand. And the digitalization of the firm and new trends are very important for these firms, so to have an impact on productivity. Also, we have a negative impact of network and investing in the Industry 4.0. So just the next step, because this interaction between the new trends and investing in Industry 4.0 ask us to have another, more investigation. For instance, the composition of the Molquist index in efficiency change and technology change. So we have tried to discover that it's more important improve efficiency change, because it is the way how to use technology. We have quite different between who invest, the system modules specialized that perform better than the other group of suppliers. And the higher the number of technology adopted, the better it is. So if you have more than, if you invest in more than 6 technologies, we have a positive impact on industry, on productivity, and it's quite significant.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Super interesting survey and data, in particular the coefficient of the foreign ownership on investment in Industry 4.0, according to me, should be a topic of a specific session with political actors. So please, Margherita, come to start, introduce the discussion.
I took many notes. Can I skip this one? Fantastic. Okay. I took many notes reading the papers and slides, and I took many notes listening to your presentation, Lorenza. And I would summarize, just without looking at my notes, some critical issue for me as an economist studying industrial structure and with a focus on automotive. So there is a critical issue that is data we use to understand the phenomenon we are looking for. So the question that we are discussing in this session requires very specific data to be prepared to have significant answer with whatever model we think it could be interesting. So to some extent, I'm very confident with the kind of presentation Lorenza was providing us. So when she looks at the Global South, she enters in the Global South. She enters in the different companies, in different sectors, and provides us a perspective from the meaning of heterogeneity, entering in the differences, in the nuances of those heterogeneity. And that heterogeneity matters. It's absolutely clear in the last presentation that Giulio gave, and from Benjamin. But in the case of Giulio, is part of the bulk of the data set you have. In the case of Benjamin, we suppose it is obviously there, but it is not a manageable information. You presume that perhaps something is happening. You can't find your paradox very easily described because something is happening in the data. Okay, so as an economist, as a social scientist, we need to find the best data to answer our questions, or we have to pose different questions. Sometimes I say that economists do the opposite, find the data set and say, well, this is the data set for everything. In this case, you are so aware, Benjamin, of the many difficulties that you try to explore different routes. So, just jumping on specific points. I will start with not the last one, but so I go back with my notes, with Benjamin. I will start with labor productivity. Labor productivity is a strange entity to be defined and to be measured. In your decisions, you decide that all the debate on the measurement issue was skipped because it's boring. But it's crucial. It's crucial because either we know what are we dealing with, or we can't absolutely understand what we find in the results. So, and it is extremely interesting when you enter in the measurements of productivity that you find a word that could be explored with different data, perhaps. Okay, and but data is a tricky challenge because you spent months. Most of the people I know here spent years, many years with data, and we are not finding the proper data set. But let's focus, for example, on a very interesting idea that you were discussing. Why don't we look at concentration? It's a critical issue when we explore the impact of the current transformation on productivity. But let's consider a trivial index, that is the Hirschman-Erfindel index. Okay, you are using Orbis data, but that is an index of concentration that must be computed at the establishment level, at a very detailed and fine-grained level of disaggregation of economic activity, because otherwise we are comparing a company like Lamborghini and a company like GD, just to mention two entities that simply cannot be compared, but simply belong to the very, very big aggregate. In this case, I'm cheating because it's not true, because Lamborghini is automotive and GD is metalworking. But you can find the companies very easily to describe the paradox of the fact that you are comparing entities, companies that are so different, and whenever economists refer seriously to when they enter the discussion on economic concentration, they must be careful in using the appropriate data for that index. Because otherwise you find a very rough measurement and perhaps some of the not clearly interpretable results that you get derive from the way in which you treated the data. So I think that it is extremely interesting to go on that way, but not only. We, you and me, are aware that Orbis on the size of the company, that is a crucial dimension to compute the concentration index, as an empty value. So your data set progressively shrinks, and this is something that you have to consider in the robustness of the results that you get. So I skip to another point, again, data that are important. I know that there is a tradition of counting things. Sebastiano Brusco was saying that if you don't have evidence and figures, that phenomenon doesn't exist. This is typical of economists. And so when you have the number of robots, you can't believe. I can't use the number of robots as the critical dimension for the effect that I'm studying. I'm studying the impact of digital transformation, technological, Industry 4.0, so I count the number of robots. Thanks to the fact that the International Association of Robot Producers produces a lot of figures on robots, so we use this measurement. Unfortunately, exactly because of the discussion we had this morning and for the presentation Lorenza was giving us, counting the number of robots is not enough. It's not enough because in different companies you have so different cases of use of robots. And even when you have bought the robots, as Lorenza was saying, you have to instruct the robot, you have to instruct the people using the robot, you have to integrate, as the people in the morning session were saying, you have to integrate the various stages of the production process. And this brings me to to Giulio's presentation, because it's nice the fact that you have information on the types of technologies they were implemented, on the number of technologies they were implemented, on dimensions that sometimes you look in the okay, I can only refer to the slides. You refer to specialization, sometimes you refer to size, okay? The point is that companies in the cross-tab of size and specialization can have quite a different pattern in their behavior. It could be interesting because when you see small-size companies in a very specific, like suppliers or system integrators, having more technologies that have introduced or less technology, you can divide those groups. So perhaps I am a fan of cluster analysis, but I don't suggest it as a method now. But we have to consider different groups of companies that perhaps enter in your model at the end, but I was missing some specification there. So just to conclude with Lorenza, I'm looking forward to read the papers you were mentioning because they are extremely interesting. And I had a few notes, Lorenza. That is a challenge for us, for all of us who wanted to use the hint of your case study and what emerges from the case studies that Anna, me, Armanda conduct. We observe in nature, I would say, heterogeneity. How can we take into account the kind of heterogeneity we observe in our case studies when we have to provide an aggregate perspective on what's happening in an industry, in a region, or in a cross-country comparison? This is something that we need to push forward. We have to make some steps. Anna is exactly what Anna Giunta is exactly what I was mentioning this morning with you. We need to make a significant step forward in our profession as economists in bridging the gap between the heterogeneity we know, that we detail, that we understand, and the fact that at one point we jump to an aggregate level in which we forget all the heterogeneity. But there is another point that when you observe, then you observe heterogeneity. This, Benjamin, could explain your results. And heterogeneity, incidentally, is something that happens within the two macro aggregates. For you, I understand that you are young and you approach the world of data and the world of production. You say, oh, well, I've disaggregated manufacturing and automotive. When I see the data on the automotive, I'm quite horrified because if I have to interpret the result you get on Mexico, for example, you have two completely different stories when you observe automotive as such, so those who assemble, you are mentioning that really, but within the automotive sector, you have a bulk of activities that are those that were described in the supply chain. And so you should enter in the details of the supply chain. Otherwise, you are losing the sense of the objective of your analysis. I conclude really with with another extremely interesting point from Lorenza. What Lorenza was reminding us in the 3 case studies, it's always interesting to have a cross-sector comparison, cross-country comparison. And in the case Lorenza was presenting us, the airlines was reminding us that we are not considering the Industry 4.0 and the current technological transformation in a vacuum. We have, as it were, possible to single out one transition. We have so many transitions that we have to consider. That is an even bigger challenge for our research, because we cannot discuss of digital transformation not taking into account the impact that COVID-19 was having on many sectors, and we cannot account any of these elements without considering the challenge of the climate change that is impacting on all the decisions that most sectors are taking now. So just to provide questions for me for further reading. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margherita, for this broad and sharp discussion. We have time for a first round of questions, and then I give you... No. Let's see if there are some questions, because otherwise I'm afraid that we don't have enough time. So please, okay, Tommaso and Mark, yes, Matthew. Anyway, you can present also yourself. There is the microphone.
I just wanted to insist on this fact of heterogeneity, because it's true that the average values probably are meaningless, in the sense that, I'm talking to Benjamin first, is the fact that we've seen similar research now because these data sets are available, and I think that is a starting point. And the fact that your values are strange, they just suggested that you really need to understand why, and I think that country analysis already would provide, I mean, you didn't do that, I mean, certainly you have the result by country, but if you see that different group of countries are similar or countries are very different in terms of trajectory, that already would provide you some feedback. And then, of course, the size of the firms that might help you to diversify between different segments in the value chain. I think that could help also to see, so to check, use different measures to check and reduce the heterogeneity of what you're looking at. Also, we know that premium manufacturers or generalist manufacturers will have a very different relationship to labor productivity and value added, and that will also change your results. But when you are capable of perhaps reduce your sample, so to say, I do a drastically completely different approach. I reduce my sample a lot to test the hypothesis. So I take just certain countries or certain size of companies, and I see if it makes sense or not. And perhaps by reducing your sample drastically and do some tests, then you can find some answer and go back to the average or perhaps question. And I think that there is a challenge that goes far beyond your research, in the sense that I've recently seen many research going on. And then about Giulio, I was thinking that one of the problems of these inquiries which people reply to what you do is that Industry 4.0 is now a normative thing. So if you are not doing Industry 4.0, if you're large companies, you must do it. So you always say yes. Do I do that? Yes, of course I do. Because it's what you expect to do. In Renault, when we do the research about that, we realized with Sebastian that they started to implement Industry 4.0 because consultants say to them, you don't have Industry 4.0? You must have it. And then some top guy says, okay, so now we have a digital program. And then they start to figure out what to do with it. So I think there is a normative dimension to Industry 4.0 that is very difficult to grasp. So some companies will say, we do it, but actually they're just figuring out what to do with this technology. While some other companies, maybe they're really implementing that. And how do you make the difference between these two groups is a very crucial question. And then there is the normative and the performative dimension. So part of the whole discourse of Industry 4.0 is that we create the discourse, people start to invest into that, and then the results will come up. And perhaps what we are seeing is that the performative dimension is not as strong as we expected. It's much more difficult as we put us together with Martin Boy Luce in our papers on Industry 4.0, that is much more difficult to implement Industry 4.0 than the story, the narrative suggests. And I think it's the early steps. So that's my remarks, and thank you for the great presentation.
Thank you, Tommaso. So another question, and maybe another one, but very short, if there is someone then. Okay, Gwendalina.
Hi, Matthew Cole, lecturer in technology, work and employment at University of Sussex, and I just had, I couldn't follow everything in your paper, Ben, because it was very fast, but I was wondering if maybe you could just say a bit more about why you think these results were there, because you sort of skipped over it, and I'm curious, because you've obviously gone through the data, what you think. And then I also didn't notice if there was capital productivity or multi-factor productivity in there, which might reveal something about labor productivity or investment. And also thinking about investment, the automotive industry has gone through a significant change in the past 10, 15 years in the shift to electric vehicles. And so I'm wondering if any of the data can be disaggregated, or you can look at countries or that have, you know, the production of electric vehicles and how that factors in, because obviously there would be a huge amount of investment, and a lot of these are new processes, they're different skill sets. That I'm curious if you have looked at that, or what you think about that being a sort of explanatory variable.
Thank you very much. Gwendalina, and then we move to answers.
Hi. Yeah, Gwendalina, researcher from the University of Cambridge. So, Benjamin, one comment on your paper. So I use the same data set, so quite familiar with that, and maybe I have also some comments on why you found those strange results. After I used the data, I entered into the companies in South Africa, German and Japanese companies, and it was actually quite clear. So I just want to give an example. I don't think that those results are that strange if you think about what happens inside the company. I think, in terms of the dependent variable, as Margherita said, is a strange animal, the labor productivity. But if we think about the adoption of one of those robots, like the welding robot, the press robot, one of those robots, it matters much more how it is adopted, it is used, the technology, rather than just purchasing it and having a new cell. So, and with how, I mean also the organization, the reorganization of labor that goes with the adoption of robots. So it's hard to find a measure of organization or reorganization of work, but if there is a way to control for some elements that can give something about organization, I think it would make sense. And as Tommaso said, of course, there is a very big difference between OEMs and suppliers. So if there's a way to control, at least for size, that could be useful. And the last point I was mentioning, so when I was in South Africa, we visited the Japanese BMW, Daimler, and the Japanese Toyota and Nissan. And the BMW mentioned, actually, we are having a problem with the productivity because for them, every time they change the product, so with a new product cycle, they scrap the entire body shop and they buy a new line of robots. So they were facing issues, and they actually were saying we need to learn from Japanese to reuse the technologies that we have. So if you only look at the data, you may have in South Africa 300 new robots just because BMW started a new body shop. So I think, this could be a way. They were saying, actually, we are having problems about flexibility, problems about productivity. So this is one of the reasons why maybe in some company when BMW opened a factory in those specific years, results could be strange. So there are a lot of things behind, and there may be some ways to unpack some of those.
Thank you. Another question?
No, I don't have any question.
Okay, thank you very much.
I just would like to return the microphone. But if I can, how do you explain, Giulio? Sorry. How do you explain the network variable, the results of the network variable? I was surprised. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all for the questions. Sorry for being so strict. So to the speakers, just 3 minutes, I'm sorry, to answer, and then we can continue the discussion at the coffee break. So we start with Lorenza, Benjamin, and Andrew. Go.
Am I abusing by taking the first spot? Sorry. I'll be fast. So, first of all, thank you, Margherita, for the beautiful and inspiring comments, because now I'll give an answer that is it's not about contents, but it's like a call. So I think this issue of heterogeneity is, I mean, an operational, disciplinary, but also philosophical and political issue. I mean, you are talking of accounting for qualitative differences by looking for a standardized measure. It's complicated, and my answer on this is, and this won't be popular in Italy, I know the Italian academia, the answer is interdisciplinarity and pluralism in economics. Simple as. And the association also of different methods, as we are trying to do that. Of course, it's very complicated because we also have problems, the opposite problem. By doing qualitative research and doing case studies and doing fieldwork, we always have the obstacle, how do you prove this? It's the opposite. Then people that use data and can't explain the differences, it's the opposite. But the response to me is simple as pluralism and interdisciplinary collaboration to be stronger. This is it, as from an educational perspective and political perspective, because I jump onto another need. The need, I'm trying to do this, it's very complicated, the need to apply critical scholars to industry studies. That industry and business studies are generally snobbed or avoided by critical lefty, I know we are streaming, but lefty scholars. I will stop here, but there is a need to engage with business studies, industry studies to understand differences, and there is even more, and the center where I'm working now tries to do this. Lefty scholars studying industry need to engage with policy and politics. And this means that I think this is my attempt to study industry, and that looking at these broad processes about 4.0, we need to understand who loses out. This is my objective in terms of countries, sectors, firms, workers. This is my objective for the next few years. And also engage with policy, trying to support the weaker firms from an industrial development perspective, weaker workers from a union perspective. This is the complicated task. I think there's also another point that I would like to take to the end of this conference that emerges from Giulio's presentation. Going back to that, the critical discussion of dismantling 4.0 as a dream and looking at not only who is left out, but who can be downgraded in the technological upgrading, in the technological change process. It's very interesting what you're observing about Italy and referring to core and semi-periphery. I think we need to look more at this. So how can you slow down, how you can win, how you can be downgraded in the process? I'll stop here.
Thank you very much for this ambitious agenda. So please, Benjamin.
Yeah. I'm agreeing with all of the comments. I'm admitting to all my crimes. It's yeah, I completely agree. Margherita, thank you very much for the very true perspective on my approach to data. I did make it very simple for myself. I mean, of course, yes, labor productivity as a measure, does it make sense or not? I simply took the people who claimed the paradox at face value. I was like, okay, you say labor productivity, I look at it. That was, but you're completely right. Same with concentration, especially using Orbis data is in fact a crime probably, but again, it was a simple approach and I didn't want to calculate markups because that's a commitment, so, you know, so I was just saying there's reasons for why I chose it, but I completely agree with your critique or your relativization, and obviously, as have been the comments, to deal with heterogeneity must be the goal at some point. But I also did in this paper, I did like an economist's trick of sort of like assuming it doesn't exist and be like, okay, but we have a classification of an automotive sector. Obviously, it must be normalized within that sector, and let's look at the results. But I know, of course, it's not it's not true. So the same for Tommaso, again, I completely agree, and actually the successive papers in my PhD are hopefully are in the process of being much more specific and country-focused, and also sort of the structure within these automotive sectors, which I just now aggregated to some monstrosity, especially because I'm working on Austria, and it's not, you know, it's a supplier industry. It's like you don't, barely a few cars being actually assembled. So yeah, thank you very much. I completely agree with you as well. Matt, yeah, maybe we can talk about the results later, but it's still for me also like very much up for grabs. I think like if we can say that the methodology and the data checks out, then the results are probably driven by overcapacity in the automotive industry, like you suggested sort of in the, so I think there's reasons that it actually makes sense that we would have like lower labor productivity in the automotive industry. But yeah, so maybe we'll talk about this later, but this would be like one edge. And for concentration, I also think it's not surprising because the automotive industry is very oligopolistic and technology driven. So it's like an oligopolistic struggle, which perhaps drives in certain forms labor productivity. And this is also like the big, it's like the wound where you put the knife in. It's my measurement of manufacturing is an insane abstraction. Like really, you shouldn't do it, but but I did it. Yeah, so maybe that also explains the results. Yeah, and maybe we talk about this later as well. Thank you very much. I completely agree. Yeah, I just completely agree. It's an interesting example, actually, and obviously in the automotive industry we have this like a lot because there's plants being erected. You know, they buy 300 robots and then there's no demand, so they don't use it, and it's a very complicated thing which is not captured at all in this, you know, at this level. But thank you all. Very, very interesting.
Thank you, Benjamin. Please, Giulio.
Thank you for all the comments. I'll start from the last one from Lorenza, because the implementation of Industry 4.0 is a very complex matter. It's not be compared with a traditional investment in process or on product. So, for instance, about the questions of Anna and Anna Giunta, and the network is positive maybe because there is a sharing of information between the network, and then the better way is to implement well the investment in Industry 4.0, and they show you that in some cases it's not very good. Okay, so we have very few investment. We are not very implemented in all the part of the company. Considering the question of Tommaso, in the questionnaire is not only the question if, but also where, what, and if they received incentives by the state. From in Italy, was a very famous incentive that Calenda that supported the investment in Industry 4.0. And in this case, it's very important, I forgot to tell you before, the consideration industrial policy, because as I showed you in the last slide, there is a quite different results between the supply specialized in system modules that have a positive impact on productivity, and the other one. So what is this? That to better implement in Industry 4.0, maybe is important to support these firms, not only with money to invest, but also money how to invest. So for instance, in consultants. So we have a good experience in other topics where they funded the consultants and were a positive aspect. Also, in the last consideration, we see that if you invest more than 6 technology, we have a positive impact on productivity, not if you invest only 2 or 3 technology. Also in this case, for instance, the calendar scheme, it was very open and not so descriptive. So maybe you have to build a very structured industrial policy, and not only to invest if you want or if you have 1 technology or 2, but very structured and very implemented investment. Okay.
Thank you very much all for animating the discussion. We are 1 minute early even, so enjoy the coffee break, and we see you again in half an hour or in the other parallel session. Thank you all.
Sedetevi. Good afternoon and welcome to session ADOS. This is the continuation of the panel on global value chain. We have 4 presentations in this session, so I will have to be strict with times. I ask all presenters to please try to stick to 15 minutes each, and then I will ask our 2 discussants to comment on the presentations for about 10 minutes each. Okay. Our first presentation will be carried out by Anna Giunta, who together with her team, which she will present a contribution on digital technologies and global value chains, an empirical investigation on Italian industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Sara. Good afternoon, everyone, and really congratulations for this vibrant and interesting conference, and thanks to Margherita, Russo, and all the others, and also thank you for having me. As Sara said, I am presenting the paper on digital technologies and global value chain, an empirical investigation on Italian industry, co-authored by Maria Rosaria Agostino, who is here, and Emanuele Brancati, Sapienza University of Rome, Domenico Scalera, University of Sagno, and Francesco Triveri, University of Calabria. Which is the aim of the paper? We have 3 aims. We'd like to investigate whether firm participation in global value chain, meaning the fragmentation, the international fragmentation of production, can increase firm propensity to adopt digital technology. Secondly, what type of governments is the most appropriate to stimulate investment in digital technologies, and then talking about heterogeneity, whether firm size affect the influence of GVC participation on adoption. So just before me, Benjamin was mentioning the productivity paradox, saying in principle, digital technology should improve firms' performance because of a productivity premium, because it makes more efficient the production process, because it will reduce the coordination and transaction costs. Yet, the recent development of digital technologies has coincided with an aggregate productivity slowdown in the past 15 years. So there are several explanations. Among these, one which we find very convincing is that the diffusion of new technologies goes on too slowly because firms have heterogeneity propensity and capabilities to adopt digital technologies. And also because laggard firms fall behind. What do we mean by laggard firms? In principle, micro and small firms are an example of laggard firms, and they are the bulk of the economy, the productive economy in Italy as well as in South Korea. But we also believe that the contextual conditions in which firms operate are critical to define the incentive and the constraint that drives a company choice about the adoption of digital technologies. So we investigate this specific aspect. The first research hypothesis is that participation in global value chain may prompt firms to adopt digital technologies because firms have to adapt to the request of the leading firms because of the back and forth exchange of intermediate goods and so forth. The second research hypothesis is that the GVC governance plays a role in in the digital technology adoption. We will use several definitions of GVC governance mode, and we find that the relational one, we focus on the relational mode, but I will come to this specific one in a short while. The third research hypothesis is that we would like to dissect the heterogeneity concerning firm size. As I said before, we would like to investigate to what extent the GVC participation by micro and small firm can enhance the digital technology adoption in this subset of firms. Which are the data? We have wonderful data because we use this survey undertaken by the MET Institute, and we are based on the Italian industry because there is a very low level of digitalization in the Italian firms, and also because there is, on the other side, an extensive but uneven participation of firms in global value chain. As I said before, the data come from the MET database, which is a survey on Italy, on about 25,000 firms. This is very important because it includes micro firms, firms with less than 10 employees. And then we use also balance sheet data coming from Bureau van Dijk CAIDA database. It is an unbalanced panel of firms in 2017 and 2019. Which are the measure of adoption, of DT adoption. We know that usually digital technologies are used in a bundle, but in order to be more specific, in a several regression, we distinguish between two subsets of digital technologies. Operational digital technologies, OPDT, and informational digital technologies. The measure of GVC participation. We define a firm that participates in GVC if it is an exporter of intermediate goods, if it is a two-way trader, so it is a firm that both import and export, or if it is a firm that either import or export, but it provided to be involved in a significant and long-lasting relationship with foreign firms. This is extremely important. How do we measure GVC governance? In the MET survey, there is this specific question. Do your client mainly choose you on the basis of? Because we think that switching costs from suppliers is very important to define the governance mode of a GVC. So if the answer is we are choosing because of our price, that means that there is an arm's length transaction. It's a pure market transaction. The suppliers are faceless, are fungible, and intermediate goods are very standard, so no need of cooperation. In case the reply is our ability to comply with technical requirement means that there is a modular relationship, like in the automotive, in some of the automotive sectors, segment of the industry. But if the answer is close collaboration for the identification of technological solution, this is a what we call a relational governance mode, meaning a long-lasting relationship between supplier and client. This is the model, so it's the probability of adopting digital technology as a function of participating into a GVC, and then we have a set of controlled variables, and then we have fixed effects for regions, year, and sectors. I'll be very quick on the estimate. If you look just at the column 1, we see that in this estimation, the participation in GVC is very highly significant and means that firms that participate on GVC has the probability of around 6-7% higher than firms not participating in GVC. The role of GVC governance mode, remember we used arm's length market, modular, and relationship. And the hypothesis was that if a firm is in a GVC relational mode, the probability to adopt digital technology will be higher, and this is confirmed by our result. Again, please look at the column 1, and you see that, again, the probability is quite high, 6-7% more. And then finally, we explore heterogeneities along firm size classes. I will, because of the time constraint, I will not show you the results, which are here, by the way, but we conclude that for less structured firms, for micro and small firms, the relational form of governance is associated with a higher probability of adopting digital technologies. Of course, we address all the endogeneity concern linked to an observable variable driving both firm participation in GVC and ET adoption, but we don't have the time to go into that. Those are the methods that we have used to alleviate endogeneity concern, and result confirms our previous findings. So which are the conclusions? The conclusion is that we put forward 3 research hypotheses. The first one was that participation in global value chain will favor the adoption of digital technology. Second hypothesis, relational governance, the long-lasting relationship between the supplier and the client firm, will have a strong impact on the propensity to the adoption of digital technologies, and also that the gain deriving from participating in a GVC in terms of propensity to use digital technologies is even greater when the size of firm is smaller. So, the very bottom line is that integration in international production is will enhance the adoption of digital technologies and will help the diffusion of these new technologies, so it will improve the aggregate productivity performance, and this is especially true for Italy, whose growth has been stagnating in the last 20 years. And of course, then in this way, for this channel, we can facilitate a recovery of aggregate productive. In the paper, we have some policy implication, which I will not discuss now because Sara is looking at me very badly, but we will have maybe some time and during the question time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for being short and staying within the 15 minutes. The next presentation is Robots and Global Value Chains. It's yours, from Roberto Antonietti.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roberto Antonietti, University of Padova, Department of Economics and Management, and I'm presenting actually a joint work, quite, let's say, preliminary in a bit, together with Chiara Burlina, same department, and Chiara Franco, who is presenting exactly there from University of Pisa. So this is actually a paper that starts from a motivation. So in these 15 minutes, I'll try to be as clear as possible. Fortunately, Margherita is not here because I will show you some kind of aggregate estimates that use IFR data, and so we can be confident that we can use them. But I think that also heterogeneity still will appear and will be a keyword at the end of this presentation. So actually, we are motivated by two main stylized facts. The first is, well, the coexistence of this, well, quoting Richard Baldwin, the hyper-globalization story, starting from the mid-90s mainly, going through actually 2011, 2012 more or less, and then a bit of stagnating, a pattern in global value chain participation of countries and sectors, probably linked to these new emerging processes of reshoring, backshoring, friendshoring, nearshoring, whatever shoring. But at the same time, we want to link this stylized fact with the rising importance of automation. And we selected robots in this respect as the most iconic, let's say, element of automation. We know that there are other components of automation, but still we are not focusing on that. First, for a matter of timing. I mean, this is in our agenda. But secondly, also because if you look at the graph on the right, you see that the robots are also the part of the capital stock that is also mostly increasing over time and rising importance despite, I mean, its limited share in the total capital stock. Anyway, we also need also to stress that concerning global value chain story, we see that especially after the 2008 crisis, it's not a matter of one region of the world or two, but all the regions of the world more or less follow the same dynamics. And on the right, you see a series of graphs that show actually that for the European Union in particular, the European Union is the region of the world mostly exposed to GVC participation, much more than Asia, much more than North America. And also you see that this on the right is the ratio of the regional to the global foreign value added share, showing that until, you see, from mid-90s until 2013, 2012, there is a rising, let me say, propensity to offshore rather than inshore, and afterwards there seems to be a sort of reversal. So we want to investigate, actually, this relationship. The literature so far has recently investigated this linkage at two levels, at the firm level, but also at the country or sector level. And specifically, they find, so I'm summarizing it a bit, of course this is not an exhaustive list, but I would like to stress that there are two opposite possible outcomes, okay? So new technology, so new automation and digitalization of production processes, on the one hand, can increase efficiency and productivity. This can lead to the expansion of production and then to possibly a higher demand for other inputs and intermediates, and this can lead companies, especially to us, to search for more offshoring opportunity, and especially for companies that do it for the first time. less for companies that are already embarking offshoring. There doesn't seem to be such a propensity to increase even more the offshoring propensity. But for the newcomers, yes. And this is the evidence that comes from the US, for example, from Spain, and from recent papers, theoretical and empirical, that are shown here. But on the other hand, this can be also the opposite side, to the extent to which this automation process improves, helps company reduce drastically labor costs and production costs, especially through the low-skilled labor replacement and rising the quality of product. And so there is less need to offshore production, especially to low-wage countries. And this should help, should lead them to reshore or backshore production. And here, some evidence that you see a short list showing that there is a sort of mixed evidence. So some analysis seems to find a positive propensity to offshore, others less offshoring, others more offshoring. And these papers here are basically at firm and sector level. What is our contribution actually? We would like to expand and to take a more, aggregate vision. On the one hand, we want to investigate the long-run relationship between these two animals here. So robot exposure on the one hand and GVC participation on the other. And especially the long-run, possibly non-spurious relationship between the two. Not only, but we want then to analyze also the country/sector dynamics, because we believe, and actually we do find that this matters a lot. And finally, we will also not only look at history, if you want, but also look at geography, particularly characterizing where actually the contribution to foreign value added come from. And so we distinguish between home, neighborhood, and periphery. Just to be strict, of course, the analysis can be even finer, but for this purpose, I will stuck on that. So basically, we focus our attention on 8 European countries that you see here: Finland, France, Germany, Italy, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and the UK. The reason is that only for these countries, we have the full longitudinal data at country and sector level, okay? Otherwise, we should have reduced the time span, and this is not what we want, because we want to conduct a sort of panel time series analysis. Data on robots, still, we use aggregate data at counter-sector level that come from IFR, but we also include employment data from EU CLEMS for calculating our robot density, robot exposure. We also use OECD input-output data, ICEIO, the 2021 release, to calculate the origin of foreign value added of gross exports, and we harmonize the sectors among all the three databases, and of course we want to characterize also the dynamics for each sector in each country. In particular, when talking about the geography of global value chain, we distinguish the home. We consider that region as the home, okay? So we are not interested in, the relocation from Italy to Germany or Spain, but we consider that core European part as the home country, so to say. Neighborhood are, let's say, the region to which this country belongs, so European Union, okay, extended, and we can also make a focus specific on Eastern European countries, which are the most popular, if you want, and the periphery is the rest of the world, and with a focus on Asian economies. Unfortunately, the ICEO doesn't have information for all the countries in the world, but includes the rest of the world at a certain point. And we define home shoring or backshoring, depends, as these ratios. So the share of foreign value added coming from, let's say, this home region with respect to the neighborhood, H over N, but also H over P, so it's the home with respect to the periphery. We also sum up neighborhood and periphery at the denominator, and we also look at the neighborhood versus periphery, okay? So we can characterize all these movements, okay, of value added of exports. So this is the idea. Some trends. I have to rush, but you see that clearly robot per employee, are rising over time. It's a clear increasing trend over time. This is the aggregate trend, of course. I'm averaging across countries and sectors. Whereas, on the other hand, on the left, you see the dynamics of H over something, okay, and P and the rest. And what you see that is more or less everywhere, there is this tendency, especially in the first part, so from the mid-90s to 2005, 2010, okay, there is a clear declining trend, and then there is a smoothing afterwards, okay? This can be actually part of the reshoring story that I told you yet. Very quickly, this is the distribution of robots in our 8 countries by sector. We see that there is heterogeneity, so the automotive actually, again, we know is the most robot adopting sector, but also it is possible, this is taken from the IFR Outlook, actually, the World Robotics 2020. You see that the major part of the applications that these robots do actually are mainly on handling and welding, that is part of the more upstream type of sectors rather than assembly, which is more on the downstream side. What we want to do, okay, I have to summarize in 5 minutes, is the following. We want to conduct a panel co-integration analysis, which means that first we have to, I don't know whether we are familiar with the time series analysis, but the idea is the following. First, we need to identify whether the series are stationary or not. So whether they are mean reverting, or they do have a trend, basically, okay? So for the long run non-spurious relationship, we need variables to be I1, which means having a unit root, okay, not being stationary. Then we check whether the two, if non-stationary, do share a common unit root. If yes, there are some properties that are very interesting, meaning that the two are linked by a long-run non-spurious relationship. Okay? And this relationship is very robust to endogeneity on the one hand, but also to the inclusion of other potentially omitted variables that can be stationary or not. Okay? This is a very good property. Then we go through estimating the magnitude, the strength of this relationship through the dynamic OLS regressions. And finally, we want to check for the direction of causality, in particular the Granger causality, using this panel vector error correction model that allows actually to do a series of tests to check whether who impacts what. Okay, what impacts what? This is the idea. Sorry, I don't explain, I don't have time, but simply to show you, you can see here that according to our first test of unit root, all the variables that we are considering except one are actually do have a unit root, which is good for our analysis, which means that they have a trend, so to say. Secondly, we go through the co-integration test through bootstrapping, so there is a problem that we try to address. And what we found actually is that for many of these relationships, there is co-integration. And this co-integration, as you can see from the presence of the stars on the top panel with respect to the bottom one, means that it seems to be immediately that the direction seems to go from robot adoption to global value chain participation and not vice versa. But we will test for that. And still, this means being co-integrated means that the two variables are linked by non-spurious long-run relationship. Which kind of relationship? The dynamic OLS, and this is the very interesting part, I think, allows estimating this relationship, You see the coefficient here. Of course, while estimating, we can single out the fixed effects at the counter and sector level and the time trend, so we consider all these facts. The most interesting thing is the following. The columns 1 and 2, okay, show you the beta, so the elasticity, okay? So which means the impact, so to say, of robot exposure to the home periphery, in this respect, it's home periphery ratio. A minus in the sign of the coefficient means basically that adopting more robots seems to lead countries and sectors to be more exposed to offshoring rather than reshoring, okay? This is the idea. But when estimating the DOLS, which is a very robust estimator, so to say, it's a super consistent one, this is operated under the big assumption that there is only one single slope across all the country sectors, okay, that summarizes all things. But then we can also do another test, which is the DOLS group mean, which is an estimator that estimates, let's say, the DOLS at the level of each cross-sectional unit that we have, and we have 80 of them, so allowing for heterogeneous slopes, right? We have 80 because we have 10 sectors and 8 countries, okay? So, and then in the end, we take all these coefficients and we average all of them, right? And surprisingly, when we do that, the coefficient, which is very strong, strongly significant, turns positive, which basically means two things. The first is that the negative sign of the dolls seems to be driven perhaps by small, big outliers rather than by an average, so to say, true average. And on the other hand, it means that heterogeneity matters. So it is heterogeneity. If we look at the 80 coefficients estimated, you see that there are a lot of plus. There are more plus than minus, okay? So this means that really matters who you are looking at. And finally, the direction of causality through the error correction model, very quickly, here, the two coefficients here, and the absence of asterisks on the other hand seems to stress that the direction of causality runs from robots to GVC, but only in the long run. It's a long run process. It's not a short run one. And here you see the conclusion. So heterogeneity matters. The two are linked. Of course, these are the first type of estimates. We are going through, let's say, investigate more in detail the sectors in particular and the countries we are considering. But I think they are very interesting, especially from this heterogeneity. And it will be interesting for us to map all the 80, let's say, coefficients and checking whether there are some regularities in this plus. Probably it's a matter of a sector, probably it's a matter of a country or two, probably it's a matter of a mix of the two. We'll see. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Roberto. We go on to our third presentation, whose title is Value Chain Ecosystems in Transition, Reconfiguration of Capabilities in the Automotive Sector. And the representative of the research group is Gwendalina Anzolin. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here to this session. Apologies, I changed the title. So yeah, from the one that you have now, I changed it last night. So I have to say this is very much a work in progress that we are doing with Carlo Bozzola and Oino Sullivan at the Institute for Manufacturing. I go back to what Lorenza was saying before about interdisciplinarity. We are three people coming from three different backgrounds: industrial economics, engineering, and public policy. So this is an effort to bring different insights to this topic of the automotive industry and how capabilities are shifting within the sector. I'm mentioning Carlo. I need to give credit to Carlo because this project started during his master project for his dissertation last year. We're following up from that. So a bit of background, I guess everyone in the room is familiar with this industry sector that we all really like is undergoing a phase of major changes to drives like sustainability, digitalization. There is a reconfiguration of the value chain that is happening for, I would say, well, many reasons, but two main reasons. On the one hand, there are some parts that will disappear from the vehicles. And on the other hand, there are new components. So there is the opportunity for business with the right set of capabilities to capture new value. The significant opportunity for the sector come from, for instance, from the electric powertrain that brings 2 to 3 times higher value compared to the internal combustion engine, and with batteries that, as I will tell you more in detail later on, represent up to 30% of the vehicle value in the projection that we have in 2030. The policy level. So our research question is very much informed by what are burning questions at the policy level in the UK. I'll go back to this in a second. So the main research question is what are the capabilities to strategize for? So what are the tools that can be developed for policymakers to map out what are the capabilities at the country level, and how can the policy process design and implement strategies that can help actors to capture value in the ecosystem. Again, we try to have this sort of relationship between operational management and industrial economics, so lending concept to one discipline and the other way around. And I think that just to give an idea of how the process was structured, so we started, the starting point was, of course, an interest in the auto sector and what are the capabilities needed to shift towards electric vehicles. The policy insight was very important, so we had a series of preliminary interview with the Department for Business Energies and Industrial Strategy, which now is changing again its name. So they were interested in having a framework to provide insights and to assess how capabilities along the value chain can be assessed and studied. And they were interested in a specific segment that I will tell you later on, which is the software segment. So because there are very few articles inside on that, in the preliminary interviews they said it's not the powertrain, it's not other segments, it's actually the software where we want to understand more what is happening. In terms of the aim and the method, so the main aim was to provide a framework that could be useful for policymakers. And once we build this framework, we fill the framework with on the basis of secondary data. So the literature and especially the industry report were quite useful, and discussion with industry sector association. And the second step was to test our framework with semi-structured interviews that were conducted both in the UK and in Italy. So the 3 blocks of the literature review, very briefly, that inform the construction of this framework that I was telling you. The first is, of course, the automotive value chain. I think that we're quite familiar to what is happening, so just a couple of bullet points. The bodywork, the internal combustion engine, powertrain, and final assembly are core capabilities at the OEM level. The rest lies within tiers 1, especially tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers. This is going to change, so a lot of the capabilities that are now within OEMs will either disappear or, according to the literature, will shift to other players in the ecosystem. The graph you see on the right-hand side, probably you don't really see well, but is a graph from a European Commission report that was published in 2016, and actually they look at the distribution of value along the entire automotive sector, and in OEMs, have less than 20% of the value addition. As we all know, they are at the top of the pyramid in terms of value chain, not at the bottom, like in South Africa, I was saying the bottom. The second block of literature that we look at is the reconfiguration of the automotive value chain. Here again, well, there's a lot of things to say, but the main changes are changes to component. So of course there will not be any more the internal combustion engine, clutch, the manual transmission. These are all components whose design and making are core OEM's capabilities. Other parts will change, the gearbox, the heat management that cannot rely anymore on the internal combustion engine. The braking system, of course, brakes will be there, but there is the need for a restructuring of the production process. Then there are changes to the value chain from raw material to material processing. So only in the UK, batteries are found to have a potential value for 8 billion for the chemical companies. So the chemical industry will be very much into the process. And then there are other changes to the value chain into part components, system and modules, and especially what we will discuss more in depth about software and engineering services. So lastly, capability for the auto sector. This is a concept that we kind of struggle to interact with engineers and giving like a sense of what capabilities are. So we intend capabilities as the ability of firm in the value chain to address and capture new value opportunities. I want to be quick here, so just the 4 new capabilities that are found in the literature in the last 3, 4, 5 years are the power electronics and semiconductor. So yeah, just to give you a bit more details, the supplier of powertrain can source power module externally, but the efficiency of system is higher when they are built in-house. So there would be the need to develop capabilities to build it in a house. The second is the chemical engineering for storage. So here, new capabilities will be needed in higher energy density electrodes, new material cells, new solvent materials, and the BMS, the battery management system. And again, software, I'm already just mentioning it, but I promise I'll get back to this. changes in other capabilities, I guess I'll need to skip this. Yeah, just to give you a sense of some of what has been mentioning in the literature. So the clear separation of duties is that has been there for 100 years in the industry is likely to disappear into an ecosystem with fluid industry boundaries. These are 3 examples that are of processes that are believed to happening and actually were confirmed by our interviews. So tier 1 companies moving towards a sort of tier 0.5 role by offering chassis solutions. Tier 2 entering direct contact with OEMs for batteries, so possibly new players. And OEMs integrating backward to gain new capabilities. These are of course projection. There are initial aspects, but yeah, it's a very much an exploratory type of study. On the right-hand side, there is a graph that was published in a McKinsey report a couple of years ago, and it shows the market size development of 3 types of components. You have sunset commodity at the top, stable components, and growing components. You see in the growing components, you have battery, the battery management system, and you can see like the projection is they will make up for more than 50% of the value in motor vehicles in 2030. So research gap, this is our research gap which was, I would say, informed both by the literature review, but especially by this policy push. So policymakers need to understand the redistribution of capability to ensure policies that are in place to develop these capabilities. It's probably worth mentioning that at the Institute for Manufacturing, where the 3 of us are based, we try to, well, we are required to asked to choose project, to design projects that are interesting for these 3 types of stakeholders, so academic interest, government, the policymaker. There's quite a close relationship, especially with BASE, and with the business sector. So for this type of project, the triangle in the middle was found to be in the software segments of the value chain. So here we go. With software, first of all, we're talking about additional players like software companies, engineering services, plant equipment providers, which supply products and services to to the different stages of the value chain. Just to give you 3 examples of why this segment is that important. So the digitalization of the value chain and the actors involved. So for the digitalization of the value chain and the actors involved, such as in mobility services and cloud services, here there will be, it's likely, it's already happening, but an entrant from new actors, such as high-tech startups that will provide services to other actors in the ecosystem. Changes on the e-mobility that will bring, again, focus on new entrants also downstream. I found quite interesting this quote from this paper in 2022 that says, software will become so important in the future of auto that if OEMs do not change their business model, they will face the risk of becoming hardware providers to tech companies. And it's interesting that the OEMs interview in the UK and in Italy kind of confirm this fear from their point of view. And again, the implication of software on the automotive value chain. So in the traditional value chain, hardware and software are combined in a single package by tier 1 suppliers, and they are given to OEM as a sort of black box. So, but for the increased complexity of the system, there is already an increasing trend to source hardware and software separately. So the idea is that OEM could source software from different players. Again, on the importance of software, this graph look at the value-added content per vehicle. So software will be the main driver of innovation in the sector, accounting for 90% of innovation in vehicles by 2030. And as you can see from the pie chart, up to 30% of value in vehicle will come from embedded software in 2030. We're talking about a lot of different aspects of the software. I'll try to go a bit more in depth in a second. So our main research question is, how does the distribution of capabilities across the value chain evolve over time in the auto industry? We do have a sort of second research question. I'm not sure if I'll have time to go in details, but once we set up this framework, how can the actors, both existing actors and new actors in the electric vehicle value value chain, how can this actor be coordinated and organized to design a strategy? Actually, the policymaker base was more mentioning that most of the times things go wrong because in the room there are the wrong people. So understanding who are the relevant actors is quite important to them. So the methodology, just to reinforce this, so we did a systematic analysis of the secondary data, and the interviews were organized in 3 parts. We wanted to validate the list of software capabilities that we found in the literature. We present our framework and look at the present and future value chain, the main changes and capabilities, and the software, and specifically we ask about software electronics challenges in both UK and Italy. Here you have the list of the interviews that we conducted. It's probably not, it's not enough, 11 interviews, but it's a good starting point. We have different players, 3 OEMs, different tiers of suppliers, software developments, and engineering services. This is the framework that we developed. Is a sort of, is a matrix. You see on the vertical axis the different list of capabilities. So this is the framework without our content, and then I'll show you with our content. So you have the different capabilities that are found in the literature, and on the horizontal axis, the different steps of the value chain. It's very straightforward to read the framework. If you see a solid line like in capability 2, it means that interviews and literature agree on the fact that capabilities that were once within tier 2 would actually need now to come from new entrants. So new entrants like high-tech startup companies would need to provide certain services, certain goods and services. If you see a dot line, it means that there's not certainty in the literature and or that different players mention different things during the interviews. So result. The first part of testing our framework was to have a look at software capabilities in current and future value chains. These are the four capabilities that we put in our framework. So I'll start from the first one, and I'll give you, probably here we enter a bit of some technicalities, but I'll try to avoid also because I'm not an engineer. So the first one is the design and development of innovative software and electronic electric infrastructure. So here, the main point is that it would be, so the architecture at the moment is a diffuse type of architecture. So the result has been that there has been a proliferation of the number of ECU in each car. We end up to 100 ECU. They add weight and complexity to the product, so it will be key for OEM to increase the product value, to try to combine and to integrate in a single unit. There are some conversations that are going on. The industry association mentioned both in Italy and in the UK, and they are actually having conversation with the aerospace sector, because it's a sector where these things have been happening some years ago. The second capabilities is the development of application software. So the most valuable and complex system at the moment is in powertrain, if we think about ABS or the seat belts. Well, in the electric vehicles, this is going to be completely different. So with regards to energy management software, this will monitor the energy needs, the overload, and the insufficient amount of energy, and very different from what happens now. The battery management system will be always on, so there will need a different type of architecture again. The third one is the development of software over the air. So there is a lot of communication, and there will be even more from the headquarters to each single vehicle. So the development of software over the air is a sort of peer-to-peer channel. The first aim for which it was developed is that is an enabler of cybersecurity, but it is not only used to fix bugs, but also to improve performance. Recently, Audi and Tesla use it to improve speed and battery capacity. Lastly, integration and testing capabilities. Again, with a big number of ECU that is present now in vehicles, the development of a simplified electronics architecture will be critical, and there is quite a bit of uncertainty about where these capabilities will be there. Will OEM invest in this type of capabilities, or different type of suppliers? I'm already, okay. I'm really, really behind the schedule. Can I use the 2 minutes from Anna Giunta? Okay, great. So summary of the results, but I need to skip. Yeah, I'll just skip to the result from the UK and Italy. So this is the framework that we filled with interviews result from the two countries. As you can see, there's quite a bit of similarity, although the sector is, I would say, it's not that similar in the two countries. There are different, for instance, in the powertrain control software system. So in Italy, there's kind of understanding that this capability will remain within OEMs, while in the UK, actually, OEMs themselves think that actually these will migrate towards tier one suppliers. Where you see for instance, in the infotainment or in the body and energy control system, there's quite an agreement that actually from tier one companies, there will be a migration either to OEMs or to new entrants. So you can see on the right-hand side of both tables, the tech giant, ICT companies, aerospace sector are all sectors that are believed to provide new value and new capabilities for the industry. Okay, I think I'll just skip to this. This is like our second research question was, okay, once that we have the actors that will be participating in this shift of the value chain, how can we sort of bring them together? I just want to mention the road mapping exercise because Lamborghini this morning mentioned this sort of way to set up a strategy. It's very much used at the company level. Motorola was the first company to use it. But at the moment, in the Institute for Manufacturing, there is ongoing discussion with the government and with government in South Korea and Japan to use the road mapping at a sectoral level. So the second step of this project is to try to understand how these actors can be bring together and a strategy at the country level can be built. I'm sorry, I was a bit late.
It's okay. Thank you very much, Gwendalina, for your presentation. And then we're going to present our fourth and last presentation. Elisa Flori and Giuseppe Caruso. Aspetta che adesso... Allora, la vostra è questa, sì. Vero? Giusto?
Sì, esatto.
Andare su modifica, anzi su vista.
Vista?
E poi dopo modalità schermo intero.
Ok, eccola qua. Basta. Grazie. Se volete, quindi adesso non volevo stressare.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Hello everyone, we are Giuseppe Caruso and Elisa Flori from the Economics Department, Marco Biagi of the University of Modena, Reggio Emilia. We work on this paper with the Professor Francesco Pattarin and the Professor Giovanni Solinas of the Department of Economics in the University of Modena and Reggio Emilia. I'm going to make a short introduction and a very short literature review about this topic, about the global value chains in the automotive industry. After Elisa will speak about the central part of this paper, the dataset used in this analysis and the network analysis, and this is the crucial part of this paper. The paper won't describe the globalization path since the 1990s, in particular in the automotive supply, and investigate the network structure and the business relationship between the economic agents. A production chain is the set of input-output transformation that bring a product to the final consumer as Gereffi in 2016. Global value chains represent the organization of the production and distribution of goods and service across the world, across many countries, and using some technologies, markets, and relationship. Until the economic crisis of 2008, trade liberalization, cost reduction of transport and communication led a distribution of production across the world, and this is crucial for the automotive sector. But the financial crisis and the economic crisis of 2008 was a crucial moment in which the automotive sector became a saturated market. And so there was some strategic alliance and some strategic choice by the need to obtain new competence, new skills to remain in the global value chains. Now, the COVID-19, the war, the green and electric vehicles, the role of China, the crisis of the semiconductors, or how the global value chains will change in the next year, how the global value chains is changing in the last years. So I leave the floor to Elisa to speak about the central part, the analysis part of this paper.
Thank you, Giuseppe, and good morning and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I started with describing the data collection procedure. This procedure started by retrieving all automobile, motorcycle, construction machinery, and heavy-duty vehicles manufacturers available in the Bloomberg SPLC supply chain database in April 2021, and we called them focal companies. Then the final network was built, first selecting the main suppliers and customers of these focal companies, and second selecting the main suppliers and customers of the latter. So the figure in the slides offers a schematic representation of the network obtained with this procedure. And the circles is represented by nodes, and the arrows are the arcs. And the direction of these arcs is represented by the flow of goods and services. So the final network dataset consists of more than 3,000 companies, that is nodes, connected by more than 11,000 trade relations, that is arcs or edges, as you want to call them. For each company, we know their size measured by the average annual sales in USD million over the period 2018-2020 fiscal years, the region they are legally established in, and their economic activity sector according to the MSCI and the Standard & Poor's GILL taxonomy. So for each node, we can see their typology. In particular, we have nodes that are both supplier and customer in this network. His nodes that have both inbound and outbound edges. Vice versa, we have a node that is only supplier, so they have no incoming edges, and a node that are only customer, and so they have no outbound edges. In this slide, I also insert a summary statistics on distribution of arcs. And we can see that on average, each node have between 6 and 7 links in the network, but we can see also that the maximum number of edges for each node is 158. And so we can understand that there are many nodes with only one or two connections in the network. So regarding the region where network companies are legally established, this table shows the number of nodes of firms and revenues amount related to each of the 16 geographical areas considered. Thus, we have confirmation that Asian countries currently dominate the automotive market with about 68% of the global network, with revenues about 11.5 trillion in USD currency. Subsequently, one finds North America and the Eurozone, mainly Northern Europe, Germany and France. Here we replicate the same exercise, but take sector as a reference. From this table, we note that more than 1/3 of the companies in the network belong to the top 4 segments that are electronic components, auto parts and equipment, steel and application software. But, however, the sector from which the most significant revenue share are automobile manufacturers and technology, hardware, storage, and peripherals. In order to include a level of detail, we extracted the sub-networks of some of the major car manufacturers. In particular, we consider General Motors, Toyota, Ford, Volkswagen, Stellantis, Hyundai, Kia, and Great Wall for China. Here we can see the role played by each corporate network within the the global automotive network. Regarding nodes, here, and revenues, both in absolute terms and in relative terms. For example, we can see as Toyota covers a percentage about 5%, both in terms of nodes and revenues. Our results indicate an interesting fact, that is the graph of the 8 brands shows some overlaps in terms of both suppliers and customer. For example, the figure in the slides show those existing between the Toyota and the Volkswagen networks. In conclusion, I reported our 3 main results. The first is that Asian countries currently dominate the automotive market. Secondly, more than 1/3 of the network companies operate in the input segments such as electronic components and auto parts and equipment. However, the segments generating the most significant shares of revenues are connected to the final product, automobile manufacturers, and the innovation segments that is technology, hardware, storage, and peripherals. And finally, we found a partial overlap between the business styles of the major automobile manufacturers, both in terms of suppliers and customer relations. Regarding to possible future direction of our work, we consider to examine the supply chain morphology modification of this sector in response to the recent disruption that is pandemic crisis and the war in Ukraine, confirming or not the trend of companies to reshoring or at least nearshoring behavior. And furthermore, we consider to observe to what extent the green transition, that is a phenomenon that is attracting increasing attention from both companies and consumers, also plays a role in the redefinition of the global network, global value chains. And so I have concluded, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to all presenters. You have all been very punctual. Okay, now I will please... No, just I suggest we stay here. I mean, if you want, I will ask our two discussants to make some comments, and then we can open a session of questions and answers. I will pass them. Whomever you want. I think it's better. I will hand on the microphone to you. I think it's better if you speak from here. We have quite a busy.
Thank you so much. So it's I have 5 minutes, right, or something like that. So first, I would like to congratulate. Actually, okay. I would like to congratulate the organizers for this conference because it's very well organized. I mean, the opportunity that I have the micro. Following the traditional of Japanese, I would like to apologize because I have a little time for reading the papers, and some PowerPoints just came today, so I'm not economist as well. Second, I really enjoy the papers, the abstracts, and the PPTs that we saw available. I enjoy because there are very interesting topics, also because they, all of you are based on collaborative work between researchers and professors, so I really enjoy that, and are based on hard data besides their limitations, and they present a very interesting data for industry, geography, and also for the firm level. The papers talk each other. That's important, especially because all of them are focused on the automotive industry. And as everybody saw, there is too much information and too much analysis to digest. Well, so very enriching and for understand the changes of the global value chain, such as the governance and the relationships with robots, digital technologies, industrial networks, and innovation ecosystems. I have at the end some very detailed comments, but I would like to make first 2 general questions for the whole papers. The first question is, what are the mechanisms to understand the major association or statistical relations, and some is theoretical, that you found, such as the increase of robots and the backshoring, offshoring, the relationship between instability and the rise of robots, the propensity to use digital technology when the firm is smaller, or the governance, especially in the relational type, the difference between tangible and intangible technologies, and the moving back or far away, but not in the middle, in these neighborhood countries. So I would like to have or to elaborate the mechanisms on the way this situation operates. The second question is based on the fact that technological change, as everybody knows, is so dynamic, especially nowadays with the 4.0 technologies. So I would like to hear your opinion in terms of how it's gonna affect the implementation and diffusion of robotization and digitalization and the reorganization of GVCs after the pandemic, but especially when this radical change of the EVs, because it's quite an important. So 4 points for discussion. One is what Margherita said in the first session, heterogeneity. so I just want to highlight that even though these papers are very good and they talk each other, they need further research. So I mean, it's just, I'm a sociologist, I propose the need of case studies. Because heterogeneity is taking place in all papers, the analysis by firm, size, industry, geography, but taking into account the M&Es, as you know, are not homogeneous, neither highly rational units. There is a competition, context, leadership, agents, relatively autonomy, mode of entry, as well as experimentation, innovation. So it's quite important to understand this heterogeneity. So I believe that an additional approach is needed in order to elaborate more theoretical typologies that can explain different configuration and mechanisms. So maybe this could be one. The second is the need to include labor. In the different papers is not included, and well, for my understanding, the new technological alliance, the 4.0 alliance, which are booming right now for the autonomous connectivity, diverse mobility, and electrification, means the cooperation of talent around the world, leading by very, very different type of industries and models and business models. So this is crucial to understand the labor issue. Last but not least, the policy recommendations. Some of the papers highlight recommendations, others not, but I think, I mean, coming from Latin America, policy recommendations need to be more specific, more focused, more horizontal, rather than vertical, and also it's very important to understand that resources, commitment from actors, and will is so important to have a success in terms of policy recommendations. So it's not just to have a mapping, which is good, but it's not enough. So 4 elements. Do I have a time? Okay. Yes. 4 elements for debate. The first, I mean, just small things. The first paper, the Agostino et al. How can you enter in the equation the indirect exports? Because as far as I know, KIPS, the knowledge-intensive business services, territory suppliers, are so important in cases such as Mexico, as well as logistics, and they are not part of the story if you just measure export imports. For the second paper, I don't know why, but I remember in one of the last tables, Mexico is classified in South America, which is astonishing for me, because not because we speak Spanish or we're Latins, but because for trade and for regional perspective, Mexico is part of the story of the U.S. and I mean, maybe more and more than Canada. I mean, so I just want to elaborate that. For the third paper, regional level, so I think it needs also the industrial hubs concept, because generally speaking, I mean, besides some regions, generally there are different industries at the same time coexisting. So we need, as I mentioned, horizontal policies, more horizontal policies, and less vertical policies. Also, in the same paper, you mentioned that the new type of linkages, because the EVs, and I will say that, I mean, functionally speaking, yes, but in terms of reality, well, in real situations, the supplier base, the backward linkages, is much more complex. What I'm saying is, I found a lot of times small companies, tier 3, tier 4, selling products or services to the OEM, to the tier 1. So one is the functions theoretically, another is the real. Another, I mean, it's an anecdote, but trying to understand and this is for the 4 paper, what is the supplier base? And maybe if you can elaborate on the notes, right, more, because it's a really complex concept. I mean, one plant has multiple suppliers. I mean, one affiliate, no one firm, one affiliate has 100 of suppliers. So when we did research on the supplier base, not even the purchase department has the list of everybody, because it's too decentralized, even in a single company such as Ford or GM or Toyota. So, well, that's what I'm saying, that is not so clear the measure of these notes. So I will appreciate it. I say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Harmut, please.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. I will add some general aspects, so to say, 4 points in 3 minutes or so. First, of course, thank you very much for your very interesting contributions, and I think all of your presentations are very, very convincing in terms of methods. You elaborated, so to say, specific aspects influencing the development of global value chains, and for me it was really very interesting. But my question is, and that's my second point, I wonder about possible new general patterns and general tendencies due to structural developments, due to patterns, organizational patterns of industrial value chains. Are there any? Because for my feeling, not only the discussion and the literature, but also your findings seemed to me a bit contradictory. On the one hand, you spoke of reshoring. You presented convincing findings that robots, for instance, influence reshoring tendencies. I know evidences from German companies, they do not reshore their production sites. They go, so to say, again to other countries. And we have also, and that's a very important formulation, I think, you spoke of fluid industry boundaries. I think we have a general tendency that we have a structural development, a sectoral development that is blurring the traditional boundaries of companies, not only of companies, but also of sectors. I think we have, because of these findings, divergent findings, we have an urgent, it is an urgent issue that we ask again for general tendencies, and we should try to find general tendencies, not only because of our scientific interest, but also due to political perspectives, and especially because of the question for the future of the European industry. I think, and that's my third point, answering and discussing this issue, we have to focus more systematically on the current driving factors and forces of the current change processes, not only focusing on specific aspects, but I think if I try to summarize the tendencies we witness currently, we can speak of at least 3 or 4 general factors, all starting with D, or for instance, the first point is digitization. We have digitization in a general perspective, not only robots, and its potential to reorganize, to optimize, to deal with the disturbances ongoing in the complex international value chains. That's the first point. And what are the consequences? Not the resilience problems do not force companies in the direction of backshoring or reshoring. I think many companies see the new methods, the planning and scheduling methods, as instruments to optimize and to stabilize the traditional paths, so to say. That's one point. The second point is decarbonization and its technological and functional consequences. That does not mean only software. That means the need to leave the traditional technological paths. And the consequence, one consequence is that many important suppliers are faced with severe transformation problems. Decarbonization, the second point. The third point we should not overlook, but you didn't mention it, the demographic trends, particularly labor shortages in our old, so to say, industrialized countries. And especially in Germany, we have the situation that a lot of production sites have problems to reinvent themselves. They are able to deal with the current situation, but what's the future? And I think the demographic trends will pressure them for new perspectives and maybe for relocation of their production sites. And then we have the well-known global political risks and uncertainties with all consequences for the global markets. That means we should more systematically try to analyze the interrelationships of all these factors. And the hypothesis or our perspective is they lead to an upheaval of global value chains, and we do so far not know in which direction. Or theoretically spoken, we currently witness a multifactorial, a dynamic development, which is hard to predict. And especially, we are confronted with a politically shaped situation, which is open in its outcome. I think that's hard to analyze. And we should try to think, because of this, we should think more in scenarios. Let's say, we should try to elaborate different constellations or patterns of value chains. Some of you indicated the perspective due to their specific sectoral, company, etc., and cultural, especially cultural conditions. Allow me, that's my fourth point, in the end, to refer to some factors to clarify my perspective, some factors concerning the automotive industry. I refer here to a very influencing or very instructive article in The Economist some weeks ago about the future of the car industry. First, we have massive disturbances, I mentioned it, due to the technological transformation. Then we have a differentiation process of value chains due to the many suppliers which will disappear sooner or later. Then we have a new technological situation which offers a lot of opportunities for new actors. And you mentioned this already, a classical new actor is Tesla. And if you focus on Tesla, here you find, or some researchers say, you find a new organizational strategy, or better said, a traditional organizational strategy, namely a strategy of reintegration and in-house, more or less in-house processes. And it's totally open. What does it mean for the international value chain? And finally, we have a very unclear market situation. That means markets are in part saturated, growth rates will be slower in future, and we have, in general perspective, due to political factors, a process of a deepened segmentation and isolation of global market. So, in general, we have an unclear consequence for global value chains, and one can say, to quote The Economist, that the new and the old firms are starting from scratch. The situation is open, so to say.
Thank you very much. There is a lot to discuss, but and to think about. I will ask authors to please react to some of the suggestions that the discussant made, just to leave space for then questions from the audience. So briefly, just some points.
Shall I start? Because I was the first.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your comments. And
I think you can use the microphone. Should be functioning.
thank you. Thank you very much, both of you, for your comments. And I will address just one question because there is not too much time to talk about the future scenario, as they are so uncertain and the geopolitical situation is quite worrisome. So we have food for thought, thank you. But there was a specific point you raised about, whether we are taking into account indirect exporter. We don't, because we only consider firms who are in 3 ways internationalized. Yet, we are aware that indirect exporters are the bulk of the Italian economy as well as South Korean economy. So what we are saying is that if there is a policy that would encourage indirect exporter to join GVC participation, that is a channel to enhance digital technology adoption. This is our main point, because we also find that for micro and small firms who are typical of being indirect exporter, to join GVC is extremely beneficial in terms of DT adoption. Thank you. I leave to Roberto.
Well, thank you very much. Probably I need to write an encyclopedia to answer all the questions. Just pick one or two because very wide questions. And I really don't know whether I'm able to answer all of them. But first of all, let me reassure Jorge about Mexico. I didn't look at that, so I don't remember where I put Mexico. But for the analysis, it's totally, indifferent because it's part of the periphery with respect to our home region. So being North America or not, the most important thing is that for us, compared to our region, is a low-wage country. Okay, this is what matters, because we excluded from the analysis North America, like the US and Canada, being them high-wage countries. Okay, so from this analysis, but we will change, of course. We will put in Central America, maybe. I don't know. About all the rest. Let me just pick a couple of very quickly. I don't have time to talk about the mechanisms that you talk about, but the idea is always a sort of cost-benefit analysis. Actually, we think, we might discuss about that, but we still think that companies are rational actors. Okay, so they do behave more or less trying to at least overcome benefits over costs. So this is the idea. And so this robotization, that I agree, it's not the only technology. I know perhaps it's not the most relevant yet. And we might also think that robotics will merge. Well, robotics is changing as well. Okay. And in the next future, probably robots will merge with artificial intelligence. So maybe here speaking, there will be a robot instead of me, I don't know, and ChatGPT will destroy all of us, I don't know. But still, the idea is that these robots will change probably the cost of production at home, productivity on the other hand, and you should compare the advantages that you have in doing that with the advantages that you could have by relocating production. So investing in another country, exploiting possibly low wages there, but still considering that in the long run, wages will increase there, capital will accumulate even there. China is a very iconic example in this respect. That's why the scenario ex ante is totally uncertain, at least to my perspective. And this is what, according to me, explains all this heterogeneity. Because in the end, there are very different, it really depends on the situation, it really depends on the country, depends on the sector, but it also depends on the company, because please don't forget that companies do have a strategy. And of course, this doesn't mean, and also please consider, especially in my perspective that is different from some others, that when you aggregate, of course, you can have examples in Germany. I didn't check the German case exactly, but you can have examples of companies, and we have also in Italy, that do still offshore, even if robotized, but you also have companies that do the opposite. And then you have to look at the balance of the two. This is the point from my aggregate perspective. And finally, I like the last point. I agree about the last point that you write. Uncertainty, global political risk. There's a lot to know. The only point, and I conclude, is that if you look with data, there is always this time lag. So to discount, unless you accept to use not very good data. So there is always this trade-off. That's why. Okay, but anyway. Thank you very much. Very insightful.
Yeah, well, I'll be very quick. Thank you for your comments. A lot of food for thoughts. Yeah, I mean, just one maybe a comment on the comment. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. Hartmut, you mentioned the focus more on the common drivers that drive change, and I mean, doing a review of the literature, both the quantitative types of work and qualitative. One of the common driver is demand. You indirectly cited it. Is there going to be demand for the industry? I think we're not questioning enough. It. I kind of disagree on the fact that companies are rational and make so they I mean, yes, but the two same company active in the same segment can make a complete different choice active in the same country. So for them, I guess it's rational, but then the result that you have is completely different. The example I was making before on Toyota and BMW active in the same country and in the exactly same segment, adopting a different technology or a different strategy. So I think there are a lot of this complexity that we will need to unpack. And yeah, thanks for the food for thought.
I want to thank you too for your comments, and in particular because you have touched a true limitation of our studies, that is the concept of small medium enterprises, because as I said here, we use the Bloomberg supply chain database, and this database not included the small medium enterprises, but only the quoted enterprises. So this is a limitation. And the same for the number of suppliers, because Italy, for example, is a country where there are much more small, medium enterprises than the big one. So our network is only a photo, but it is limited in this sense. And for the political implication, I leave the floor to Giuseppe.
Thank you for your convention. And for the political implication of this idea of this study, the idea is that we can analyze as the producer, the big producer, change their choice of investment, of reshoring, nearshoring, and other, when there is a big shock in the economy, as a war, as a crisis. This data is from 2018 to 2020, but we want to analyze as the main producers change their choice when there is a shock as COVID, and this is and we analyze this in the future.
Thank you very much. We have some time left for questions from the public. If you can, Lorenza, I'm sorry, could you please hand over the microphone?
I'll be short. So I have two questions, one for Gwendalina, one for Anna. So to Anna, it's very simple. I'm interested, I found interesting your conclusion about the propensity of smaller firms to adopt digital technologies. And I was curious, I wanted to ask you if you can elaborate a bit more about what you think is the reason behind that, and how you take into account that smaller firms are also those with a lower availability of capital to invest generally, and that have more difficulties in bearing the burden or the costs of technological adoption when it means, for example, productive restructuring an assembly line, retraining workers, etc. So how do you explain that from an empirical point of view? And to Gwendalina, it's not a question, but I mean, a thought, because you know we're interested in like making our research applicable in policy terms. So I'm interested in what you think of policy implications, and I partly agree with, I want to connect with what Jorge said about what the policymakers need when you conduct a study. So although I find the concept of capability very interesting, but I was thinking, what does it mean in policy terms? So if you were a policymaker that needs to design some tools, sometimes you need something more specific. I mean, are these capabilities like functions, service provided, or like product provided, or tasks, subsegments in an industry, and how could you support them? I mean, do you provide incentives? What type of incentive? Think about it. And always in policy terms, you talk about coordination of these actors. How do you do it when there's high competition? It's a problematic thing. You can build an association, okay, you risk to turn it into a lobby, and that can create other diversions in an industry. So think about it, not for now if you don't want to answer, but what it actually means in policy terms.
Thank you. Other questions?
Very, very briefly, may I continue on the same question for Anna on firms? If I understood well, you said that firms, small firms, which are in a relational governance, are more likely to adopt technologies. Did you check what is the distribution of this governance between small firms? Are they more likely to enter into a price relation versus a relational governance? I mean, and following that, is there a difference between the firms that are in a global value chain and the ones that are indirectly participating into the global value chain? I mean, looking at the sample of the behavior of these firms might be interesting.
Thank you. More questions? I think we have time for one last question, if there's no. Otherwise, thank you very much. Anna and Gwendalina, please.
Thank you for your question. Regarding Lorenza questions, so if I understood well, you are asking which is the main reason why for a micro firms to join a GVC will increase the probability to adopt, will increase by percentage point. It's just because the starting level is very low for a micro firm. So in a way of probability, the amount will be bigger than for a firm of a medium size. This is what the data tells us. And there is so much to learn for a micro firm to join a GVC on a relational mode, because there is technological transmission and managerial know-how. So we found that the gain is bigger by 2-3 percentage point. Regarding, also you can see the table 7 in the paper, because I didn't have the time to go through, but we can also discuss it on a bilateral base. Anna, you had 2 questions, right? And we have a descriptive table about the disaggregation by size and by GVC mode, governance mode, and DT adoption. And we saw that the 3 variables are, they increase with dimension. So small firm adopt less digital technology and are less included in the relational mode. Because micro firm, as you well know, are the lowest layer of the pyramid. So we were not surprised that they are not too much involved in the relational mode. And this was the first question. And the second one, which is it? Do you have a second one? No, you don't. No. So we found, I mean, the main policy implication is that, like industry, the plan for Industry 4.0 is very asymmetrical in terms of benefit by distribution of size of the firm, and also very asymmetric in terms of regional distribution. So like very medium and large firms have gained, I mean, have been sustained by the incentives, but they would have done the adoption of the digital technology just the same without incentives. So the policy had no additionality. So we are questioning whether it should be envisage another form of policy support, like temporary export manager, temporary digital manager, because small firms do not have managerial ability. They have very low level of human capital, so you shouldn't give just money. You should give real services. So this was the point. The policy implication I didn't go through because Sara was looking at me very badly.
Well, to the $1 billion question from Lorenza, what do policymakers need? So I've done a bit of experience. I work a year in the Italian government, and we had some discussion with South African policymakers, and now with base in the UK. So every country is very different, it's hard. But from my understanding from this experience, I think that the 2 points that I tried to touch during the presentation are at the core. So on the one hand, often economists tend to forget about the technicalities of the industry, and these really matter. And it's hard for policymakers to understand, it's hard for us to understand, but if we talk about the electric vehicle industry, we cannot avoid to enter the technicalities. I just give the example, what the chemical value chain needs to do in terms of we need to increase speed in the electrodes, in the lithium battery. So we kind of need to work across different disciplines and understand what are the details, so the granularity of this, because then the design of policy, whether you put in policy for the chemical sector and for that specific part of the chemical sector matter if you do like a general, before we were discussing in Italy the Industry 4.0, well, you could buy a van, you could buy a camion with the Industry 4.0 sort of subsidy that we have with the first round, with the first round that they sort of adjusted it a couple of years ago, but with the first round. So, I mean, the level of technicalities, and Well, capabilities, there are a lot of definition, right? In economics, there were a lot of attempts to try to proxy. The Hausman in Hidalgo were very critical with that. And I mean, there are a lot of issues, but I think that working on, so I've tried to give a definition that we use with policymakers, so this ability of firms to innovate and to capture value. We could proxy with the innovation, product process innovation. We know it's more than that. It's like how firms make their ecosystem sticky, right? How you are able to innovate and to evolve within the ecosystem and to capture the value. So I think that try to sort of play with these concepts that maybe we think they are, that are clear or that are to take for granted, but it's not. This is at least the experience that I have. So we need to try to coordinate with different subjects and different people in the room.
Okay, just in time, perfect. Thank you to everyone for being here. I think that the last step is to wait until 7 o'clock for those who are joining us to the dinner we have organized just in the countryside outside Modena. Well, thank you to everyone. Perfetto, grazie mille.
Grazie a voi.